Because of this, the will of the world had targeted him, mobilizing more than 30 superior deities before finally killing him. Now that he had reincarnated and returned, even though he had not regained his former strength, he was still infamous. At this moment, when the man heard the White Tiger Divine Lord's words, his expression didn't change. He seemed to be thinking about something. All right, tell the giant white tiger god that I've returned the favor he did for me when I first came to the Tao realm. In the end, he finally made a decision. It could be seen that there were only two reasons why these deities helped the White Tiger Divine Lord. First, they were wary of the giant white tiger. Second, they owed the giant white tiger god a favor. After all, they had turned around and cultivated again. Their strength was not the same as before. If the giant white tiger god stepped in when they were in danger, this favor would naturally be unavoidable. Alright, you just need to do your best. I'll take responsibility for any consequences. The White Tiger Divine Lord also knew of Lan Xian's fearsome reputation. He helped him because of the favor. If he angered Lan Xian would still dare to kill him. Lei Gong Lin Ling, right? You're very strong. At least 70% of early-stage mid-gods are no match for you. Lan Xian stood in front of Lin Ling and said calmly. Seeing that he did not disturb White Tiger Divine Lord's breakthrough, Lin Ling was not in a hurry for the time being. He said calmly, "Thank you, but your realm is the same as mine. I reckon 70% of early-stage mid-gods are no match for you." Aha! Lan Xian laughed heartily. You're right. We're both early-stage mid-gods. Although our realms seem to be the same, due to the era of cultivation, talent, and various means, we're also divided into 3 levels of strength. You and I are hovering around the upper middle level, about to enter the 3rd level. In this vast universe, there are countless deities. How can we possibly see through all of them? To be able to defeat 70% of the deities is already very good. As for you, I reckon your strength is about the same as mine. However, I'll give you a chance since it's not easy for you to cultivate. If you leave now, I'll guarantee your safety. Hearing Lan Xian's words, Lin Ling had a good impression of this person. Although this person was ferocious, he was also a person with character. I'm sorry. If I leave, my friends will fail in their breakthroughs. So I appreciate your kindness. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. I knew you would say that. The reason why I'm giving you a chance is because you also have a ferocious aura, which makes me feel very close to you. This shows that you're magnanimous and not hypocritical. You're ferocious. Lan Xian waved his right hand, and the 7 swords circled around. Suddenly, the void became noisy. This was a ferocious aura, an incomparably terrifying ferocious aura. My talent is that of a 5th-class god fetus, which is one of the most ferocious creatures in the universe. However, I reckon that my talent won't be of much use to you, because you're one of the 4 ferocious beasts chaos, so you're immune to the effects of my ferocious aura. Therefore, I only used the 7 ferocious swords. If you can block my attack and survive, I'll admit defeat. As for defeating me, that's impossible. Back then, I fought the sword demon, the owner of your sword, and returned with a draw. Now, as the owner of this sword, you can't defeat me no matter how strong you are. Moreover, you're not the slaughter demon. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 7 swords soared into the sky, erupting with a terrifying ferocious aura. Even the ancient beasts in the distant river sank to the bottom, not daring to act rashly. This showed how terrifying the ferocious aura was. Most importantly, this person had fought the slaughter demon and returned with a draw. Thank you for the reminder. Although I'm not the slaughter demon, you're not the deity from back then either. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly. His words made Lan Xian's expression freeze. Indeed, he was only a mid-god now, not the high god from back then. Get ready. Ferocious aura overflows the sky, insufferably arrogant. Lan Xian pointed with a finger. The flames of the ferocious aura turned into a torrential river, drowning the vast wilderness. Within the ominous clouds, a pair of eyes quietly appeared. The ferocious aura spewed out, and the deities who looked at it were all frightened. Some of the lower gods were constantly corroded by the ferocious aura, their bodies riddled with holes. They hurriedly left the mountain and fled into the distance. The ferocious aura was too terrifying. It wasn't something they could resist. Chapter 46-31. Lin Ling is the successor of the Grim Demon. No wonder he's so strong. But he's in trouble now that he's met Lan Xian. Zheng Xiaoxian also spoke. She had always been curious about what kind of god Lin Ling was. And now she understood a lot. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Lin Ling had too many inheritances. And the Grim Demon was just one of them. Whoosh! The sword shot over, piercing through the void. So strong, at least 500 strands of the power of God. With just one sword, Lin Ling was shocked. Tyrannical Song Sword, he bellowed, and the steps of slaughter appeared, clashing with the sword. Swoosh! But soon, a terrifying force enveloped Lin Ling, making him feel like he was invincible. And this force shocked Lin Ling, because it wasn't the power of God. Lin Ling had more power of God, so he wasn't afraid of clashing with the power of God. But Lan Xian was powerful not only with the power of God, but also with the steps of slaughter. And it was even higher than Lin Ling's steps of slaughter. It had probably reached the immemorial level, the same as Lin Ling's steps of wisdom. This meant that the steps of wisdom might not be able to seal this sword. One sword to kill one person. At this moment, Lan Xian's voice sounded in Lin Ling's ears. Whoosh! The sword pierced through Lin Ling's chest, and a terrifying aura wreaked havoc in his body. Clang! The tyrannical Song sword in his hand also fell from the sky. And Lin Ling also fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Lan Xian, a god whose name had shaken the age of gods, now had the strength to defeat 70% of early-stage mid-gods. Naturally, she couldn't be underestimated. Defeated. Many gods secretly shook their heads. But they didn't feel embarrassed for Lei Gong Lin Ling. After all, Lei Gong Lin Ling had just broken through not long ago. So his defeat was understandable. What a pity. However, Lan Xian also shook her head. My 7 ferocious swords can kill one person with each sword. Back then, I used the 7 ferocious swords to kill the world will. How can you block it? You should listen to my advice and leave. You won't have to die. He isn't dead yet. However, right after Lan Xian finished speaking, someone spoke coldly. It was Zheng Xiaoxian. Impossible, Lan Xian frowned. His sword had always killed a person with one strike. How could Lin Ling not be dead? If he dies, the Dao realm will take him away. At this moment, Zheng Xiaoxian spoke once more. Her words were like a bolt from the blue, and it caused Lan Xian's pupils to tremble fiercely. Zheng Xiaoxian was right. He abruptly looked at Lin Ling, who was floating down to the ground. However, at this moment, an arm suddenly appeared and grabbed the tyrannical Song sword, which was continuously falling, and rose into the air. Fellow Taoist, allow me. The person holding the sword looked like Lin Ling, but he didn't look like Lin Ling. His aura was clearly different. An avatar of the true body? Lan Xian's eyes narrowed, and she pointed out again. Whoosh! A sword shot over with a ferocious aura. Poof! That person's chest was instantly pierced through, and he died completely. The 7 ferocious sword was famous for killing a person with one strike. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. It was as if no god could withstand a single strike from it. Fellow Taoist, allow me. However, right after that person died, another person holding the tyrannical Song sword rushed into the sky. Dead. The 7 ferocious swords slashed again. Soon another person appeared. Another slash. Next, Lin Ling rushed out one after another, holding the tyrannical Song sword and fighting against Lan Xian, like a relay. Killing a person with one strike. Lan Xian's sword could indeed do that. But Lin Ling had many avatars of the true body. Let's see how many people Lan Xian's sword could kill. Where's Lin Ling's true body? Lan Xian also immediately investigated, but discovered that Lin Ling's original body had already disappeared. Kill. This left him with no choice but to continue killing. In the sky, gods kept falling. They were all Lin Ling's avatars. Of course, if these avatars were weak, it would not be a big deal. However, these avatars all had the strength of a mid-level god. Time passed quietly just like that. Something's not right. Lei Gong Lin Ling is breaking Lan Xian's steps of the gods. Suddenly, a middle-stage mid-level old man came to his senses. What's going on? The gods were even more shocked. Lan Xian's steps of the gods are very powerful, and can ignore the opponent's divine energy. As long as the opponent's strength does not surpass his, the 7 ferocious sword can kill a person with one strike. However, Lin Ling has countless avatars, and is extremely powerful. This is enough for Lan Xian to kill until Lan Xian's steps of the gods disappear. He was a mid-level god, and had extremely good eyesight. So that's how it is. Killing a person with one strike means that with one strike, he can't kill a large number of people. He can only kill them one strike at a time. If that's the case, Lan Xian will definitely be exhausted. It's even possible that his divine energy will be exhausted. However, Lei Gong Lin Ling can also exhaust his divine energy by continuously activating his avatars. If that's the case, these 2 mid-level gods will be competing to see whose divine energy can last longer. I reckon that Lin Ling won't be able to last longer than Lan Xian. After all, Lan Xian has already broken through for 300 years, and Lin Ling has only broken through recently. Many gods discussed animatedly and expressed their own opinions. Lan Xian also knew about Lin Ling's battle strategy, and his expression was extremely solemn. Lei Gong Lin Ling was indeed difficult to deal with. However, competing in divine energy, he was confident about this. However, as time passed, he started to frown and his face started to turn pale. This was because he had already exhausted a lot of his divine energy. However, Lin Ling's avatars were still not done. It was as if he wanted to exhaust him to death. If this continued, he would definitely lose. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was such a huge flaw in his ability to kill one person with one strike. Of course, when he fought against the will of the world back then, he had killed one with one strike. However, the will of the world that died was completely dead. Now he was also killing one with one strike, but the one that died was his avatar. I'm not fighting anymore. Thinking of this, Lan Xian shouted gloomily, "If you persist for a little longer, you won't just be defeated. You'll be completely dead." Almost at the same time, a cold voice suddenly came from behind Lan Xian. He saw that Lin Ling was already standing behind him, and he didn't know if it was his avatar or his real body. However, what scared Lan Xian the most was that this wasn't a matter of whether it was his avatar or his real body, but that he actually couldn't detect Lin Ling's appearance. In fact, when you've exhausted 80% of your divine energy, I can already easily kill you. Your ability to kill one person with one strike won't be able to stop my speed. Lin Ling said again because this was his real body. Most importantly, he had already activated his talent fusion to the 2nd stage. His speed had greatly increased, and his power of divinity had also increased by 2 million. This meant that his total power of divinity had reached 9 million. His original power of divinity was 7 million, and the 2nd stage of the talent fusion had increased by 2 million. This was something he knew when he fought against the underworld god. If he reached the 3rd stage, he estimated that his power of divinity would be 10 million. Coupled with his powerful physical strength, even if there were hundreds of millions of early-stage mid-gods, he would be able to defeat 90% of them. Chapter 46-32. Although part of the reason was that he had not recovered his strength, Lin Ling had not reached the level of a higher deity. 70%. Lin Ling said calmly. Tiske. Lan Xian sneered as he stared at Lin Ling, as though he was looking at a monster. He had expended so much divine energy, but Lin Ling had only expended 30% of it. With this guy's strength, there would be few who could match him among the early-stage middle deities. Only those with talents above 5th grade might stand a chance. I admit defeat. Lan Xian looked dispirited as he left slowly. He did not even look at the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord. He believed that the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord had nothing to say. Indeed, the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord had nothing to say. He knew that Lan Xian had not held back. He had used all his strength to kill Lin Ling. But because of this, he felt that Lin Ling was even more terrifying. The 3rd middle deity, the gods also felt that Lin Ling was terrifying. Such a middle deity had no reputation among the Dao realm. Today, he would have shocked the world and destroyed the vast wilderness. Bang! Lin Ling shot down from the sky and landed in front of the last cave abode. My lord, this cave abode was where Saint Guy had broken through. The latter had been harassed, and could not break through. Now that he saw Lin Ling, he smiled excitedly. Previously, he had been watching the battle outside. When he saw Lin Ling crushing the gods, he was very happy. If not for the fact that he was at the critical moment of breaking through, he would have helped Lin Ling. The fourth. Lin Ling stood in front of the cave abode, holding his sword and looking calmly at the ancient god. The wound on his chest that Lan Xian had stabbed was now emitting a black light, and the aura of a Buddhist dragon. It was healing rapidly. Lin Ling's physical body was too strong. He had the undying chaos, the dual dragon talent, and the Vajra Bodhi's protection. Killing one person with one strike was ineffective against Lin Ling. To kill him, Lin Ling, it would take at least 100 strikes. The last person was a divine bird with black feathers. She was 2 meters tall and looked very fierce. At this moment, she stopped attacking the cave abode and looked calmly at Lin Ling. She looked like a human, but she was actually a bird. However, Lin Ling guessed that she was an ancient species. Thunderlord Lin Ling, I reckon that you don't only have Grim Demon's inheritance. You should have other inheritances. As for what they are, I'm not interested in knowing. However, I didn't expect such an expert to come to the Dao realm. The black bird had a demonic nature, and its eyes were pitch black. It could make people feel as if they had fallen into a demonic hell. The aura on her body was very ancient. Her talent level was probably not low. Lin Ling looked at her calmly without saying a word. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you will die if you go on a killing spree here. Why don't you submit to the ancestral bird clan? Our immortal ancestor can plead on your behalf and ask Emperor Yao not to kill you. Although your strength is not bad, there are many people in the Dao realm who are stronger than you. The black bird spat out human words, its voice sharp. I don't need you to worry about me. Are you going to scram now? You still have to continue messing up the cave abode. If you do, you can only die. Lin Ling said coldly. Ha ha ha, ignorant brat, I'm giving you a chance. You should know that if you offend Emperor Yao, your hometown will die, and your entire race will die. Not to mention your friends. Even after thousands of generations, everyone related to you will die. The dignity of the 5 emperors is inviolable. Blackbird shrieked. The blackbird laughed loudly. The universe's great Tao has always been rolling forward. Any prodigy who awakens, as long as they are not the final child of the great Tao, will die without a doubt unless they suppress their drive. I've seen many in this life and my previous life. In the ancient times, there were countless prodigies like you who appeared out of nowhere. There are as many divine sons as there are hairs on a cow. But in the end, they were either suppressed or summoned to surrender. Now you are going to follow in their footsteps, so you should just submit to the ancestral bird clan. The blackbird said disdainfully. The ancestral bird clan was one of the oldest bird clans in the universe. They were very ancient and had seen many ancient gods. No one dared to disrespect them. Blabber blabber. Lin Ling's eyes turned colder. This blackbird wanted him to submit? Dream on. He, Lin Ling, had only come here to lie low for a while. He wasn't here to join Emperor Yao. Shameless boasting. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you defeated Lan Xian. My origin is stronger than Lan Xian's. It's just that under normal circumstances, Lan Xian is not worth my full strength. The blackbird saw that Lin Ling was still stubborn. She was also angry. Cut the crap. Lin Ling was even angrier. He stopped talking nonsense with the blackbird and slashed out with his sword. You're courting death. The blackbird's body turned into darkness. With a flick of her feathers, countless feathers shot out. Each feather carried a powerful divine force. There were more than 8 million of them. And if one looked carefully, there was blood at the end of these feathers. The seemingly ordinary blood was actually the most ancient blood, mixed with supreme power. It was obvious that this was her innate bloodline. This was the most ancient inherited bloodline. If her realm was not too low and could not use it, she would have easily killed Lin Ling by now. Third stage. Lin Ling's body shook. The gray-robed Lin Ling appeared, merged with the killing steps, and slashed out with 10 million divine force. Whoosh! Those terrifying feathers were actually cut off by Lin Ling's sword. They could not get close to him at all. Instead, they fell to the ground. The surrounding mountains were all corroded. 10 million divine force. The black bird clearly did not expect Lin Ling to be able to increase his strength in such a short time. She did not have time to resist, and was immediately cut off by Lin Ling's sword. One of her wings was broken, and she was in a sorry state like a drowned rat. The gods also did not expect Lin Ling to be able to increase his strength. It was like stepping on the desolate land and punching the universe. You dare to hurt me? The black bird flew up, scattering countless feathers. She let out a sharp cry, no longer as mighty as before. All of a sudden, one of the feathers on her head began to burn. A powerful force suddenly appeared, causing a vortex to appear in the void. The entire desolate land seemed to be spinning. Her claws viciously grabbed at Lin Ling on the ground. Primogenitor's claw. The void cracked, and there was a rumbling sound. The gods in the mountains were shocked, and they all retreated. They sensed that an ancient force was suppressing them. They would be in great danger if they got close. The primogenitor bird is burning her bloodline. This bloodline is left behind from ancient times. Once it burns, she will definitely be severely injured. This means that she must kill Lin Ling. Only a few gods were unharmed, but their faces were extremely serious. Although they were now stronger than the primogenitor bird, the primogenitor bird's bloodline was even more ancient. In the future, it would definitely surpass them. Chapter 46-33. Ka. When the claw reached him, Lin Ling felt the world around him disappear. Only a pair of bird claws could reach him with the power to shatter heaven and earth. Most importantly, there was an earth-shattering cry coming from the bird claws. It was like the cry of a rooster calling out to the first ray of sunlight in the universe. Buzz! Buzz! Lin Ling felt a sharp pain in his head. Then blood flowed out. It was as if his soul had been severely injured. The most frightening thing was that Lin Ling felt the top of his head cracking. His bones were making cracking sounds. Not good. Lin Ling endured the pain and continued to stare at the ancestor bird's fatal attack. However, he could no longer see the claw. This was even more dangerous. This Archaeopteryx must be one of the strongest early-stage mid-gods in the 10% of gods. Lin Ling has been tricked. Demon bird world burning. Ancestor bird's claw. Even a mid-stage mid-god wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Yes, the power of Ignite is not any weaker than the steps of gods. All the gods looked at Lin Ling. When they realized that Lin Ling was motionless, they immediately knew that Lin Ling was doomed. Dong. However, at this moment, the sound of a bell came from Lin Ling's broken skull. It was the sound of Buddha, and it temporarily blocked out the ancestor bird's cry. Behind Lin Ling, a Vajra appeared. This was the Vajra Bodhi. This Vajra held a string of Bodhi in its hand. It looked as if it was going to vanquish demons and demons. It glared at the world. With this Vajra Bodhi, Lin Ling regained his consciousness for a short period of time. Steps of wisdom. Lin Ling grasped the time. Endless light rushed out of his mind and suppressed it. Then he rushed up and pounced on the ancestor bird. How is this possible? The gods were shocked when they saw Lin Ling, who seemed to have come back from the dead. It was a situation of certain death. Lin Ling could actually turn the situation around. Impossible. In the sky, The progenitor bird's eyes were dim and lifeless. She had not expected such a result. Now that Lin Ling had sealed the steps of wisdom, she found that her bloodline power was much weaker, and much of her life essence had been sealed. Her sharp claws became illusory at this moment, as they were cut apart by Lin Ling's sword. I lost. She made a sound of pain. This was because the ignition of her bloodline was her strongest trump card. Even in a life and death situation, she would not use it. Every time she ignited her bloodline, she would be injured and her future potential would be weakened. However, she didn't expect that even burning her bloodline wouldn't be able to kill Lin Ling. Now, even without Lin Ling making a move, she was probably too weak to continue fighting. Die, Birdman! Lin Ling descended from the sky. Holding the sword with both hands, he viciously slashed down. However, at the critical moment, the five-colored light protected the black bird and brought her away from the Dao realm. Although it had escaped a calamity, the black bird's eyes were still dispirited and filled with anger. The source of my bloodline is getting smaller and smaller. She clearly knew that she had suffered a great loss. If she had known this would happen, she would rather have been taken away by the Dao realm than use that forbidden technique. The fourth one. Seeing the black bird being taken away, Lin Ling also floated in the sky, looking down at the desolate land and the gods. The fourth one. The gods in the mountains were all silent. No one expected that Lin Ling would be able to defeat a powerful intermediate god under Emperor Yao with his own strength. This Lin Ling was really too scary. If he was in the Dao realm, no ancient mountain would be able to stop him. No newly risen son of God would be more dazzling than him. Seeing that no one was speaking, Lin Ling hurriedly rushed towards the white tiger, supervising armament Divine Lord at full speed. Now that the people who had been harassing the cave abode had been dealt with, as long as he captured the white tiger overseer Divine Lord, the other gods wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Lei Gong Lin Ling, how dare you? Lin Ling's speed was too fast, and his attacks were swift. It was only after Lin Ling disappeared that the gods noticed. You're courting death. These gods were all mid-stage mid-gods. However, they were clearly too slow. This was because Lin Ling had already appeared in front of the white tiger overseer Divine Lord. Lin Ling, what are you doing? The white tiger overseer Divine Lord was terrified. Bang! Lin Ling punched the white tiger overseer Divine Lord's stomach, destroying his dantian, and then stepped on him. Barf! The white tiger overseer Divine Lord spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale, as if he had suffered the greatest pain in his life. Whoever dares to act recklessly, don't blame me for stomping them to death. After dealing with the white tiger overseer Divine Lord, Lin Ling also looked at the endless mountains domineeringly. At this moment, no one dared to act rashly. At this moment, a late-stage intermediate god said coldly, Lei Gong Lin Ling, you're making one mistake after another. Why don't you release the white tiger overseer Divine Lord now? Otherwise, no one will be able to save you if Emperor Yao is angered. Ha ha ha, if I release him, will you let me go? Lin Ling laughed arrogantly. When he attacked, he knew that things would not be so simple. But now, he had done it even if he did not want to. Who cares? As long as Grandpa Treasure God and the others did not come out of seclusion, Lin Ling did not intend to leave. My lord. At this moment in the cave, the young Qilin had reached the end of its breakthrough. Sensing the changes outside, its huge Qilin head began to cry. Their lord did not hesitate to fight against Emperor Yao and the other gods in order to protect them. This was their lord. Let him go, and I'll put in a good word for you in front of Emperor Yao, and I'll spare your life. The earth shook, and then a burly god appeared and said sternly to Lin Ling, bullshit. Lin Ling laughed. Release the white tiger supervising Divine Monarch? That would make him die even faster. Damn it, everyone destroy the cave. Let's see how arrogant this Lin Ling is. A lady suddenly suggested. Her words were vicious, and it could be said that she had caught Lin Ling's weak spot. How dare you? Lin Ling shouted, and flames of anger appeared in his eyes. His purpose was to protect Grandpa Treasure God and the others, so how could he let them be affected? Haha, then why are you still not letting him go? Let him go immediately, kneel down, and destroy your own divine origin. Then we'll agree to let you go. That lady smiled sinisterly. She was wearing a white dress, and had a beauty that could topple cities. But who would have thought that she was so vicious? Goddess Tianxi, Dua Wentian, and the others stared at that lady, and secretly gritted their teeth. However, that lady had the strength of a mid-stage middle deity, so they did not dare to speak. Let him go or not. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. Another old man spoke. He wore an 8-trigram Taoist robe, and sat on a donkey. He looked benevolent, but his voice was cold. 1, 2. All the gods stared at Lin Ling, and began to count, wanting to force Lin Ling into a corner. 3. The final cold voice finally sounded. The time left for Lin Ling to consider was over. In fact, Lin Ling did not even have time to consider. Die. Lin Ling was enraged, and like a divine monarch, he exerted force with his feet. With a boom, the bones of the white tiger supervising divine monarch exploded, and his flesh turned into meat paste. However, at the critical moment, the Tao realm took him away, and he died once. Chapter 46-34. To Lin Ling, even if he released the white tiger overseer divine lord, these gods would still not let him go. Therefore, he might as well kill him. At most, he would just break up. Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? In the entire endless mountains, all the gods were shocked by Lin Ling's crazy choice. Lin Ling actually chose to kill the white tiger overseer divine lord. Without the white tiger overseer divine lord as a hostage, how was Lin Ling going to face all the gods of Emperor Yao? Where did this brat get his courage from? He was really a fierce dragon crossing the river. You're courting death by killing him in front of us. You're not putting Emperor Yao in your eyes. What are your intentions? Before you came, our eastern barbarian mountain was peaceful. Now that you're here, everyone is panicking. Seeing Lin Ling kill without hesitation, the white-clothed goddess shouted, I don't intend to provoke Emperor Yao. I'm only here as a guest. Moreover, I didn't come empty-handed. I've already told you how to exchange the ancient beasts in the river for the Tao realm fragment. I don't know Emperor Yao anything. Now that the white tiger overseer divine lord forced me, don't blame me. Lin Ling shouted coldly. He had never seen Emperor Yao, and did not know what kind of person he was. Therefore, he did not want to provoke him. You still dare to talk nonsense. However, the gods did not listen to Lin Ling at all. This person has no respect for his elders. He should be suppressed. An old man floated up, his whole body emitting golden light. He was incomparably majestic. These people were all reincarnated gods, and were already familiar with each other. However, they did not know Lin Ling, and he killed the white tiger overseer divine lord in front of them. How could they not be angry? Die here. The ancient gods attacked, and there were 3 of them. Each of them used their divine abilities, talents, and divine power. They were all incomparably terrifying. This attack was like an inescapable net that sealed off all paths of survival for Lin Ling. Moreover, they showed no mercy, and did not intend to leave Lin Ling alive. Don't blame me if you want me dead. Lin Ling's face turned cold as he erupted with full speed. Now that he was at the 3rd stage, his speed had reached 2 million world speed. One had to know that no matter what god it was, unless they were gifted with speed, their speed would always be the slowest to improve. Before Lin Ling broke through, his basic speed was 1 million worlds per second. After breaking through, his speed increased by 500,000 worlds per second. This was also due to his 7 great dantians. If it were another god, their speed would only increase by 100,000 worlds per second. As for the fusion talent, it had increased by another 500,000 points. Coupled with the Kwafu sun-chasing boots, his speed had reached the speed of 3,500,000 worlds, surpassing most early-stage mid-gods. Even many mid-stage mid-gods were unable to catch up to him. There was a burst of turbulence in the air as a sword ferociously slashed out with surging killing intent. The 5-colored light flickered, and one of the ancient great gods who attacked widened his eyes. Then, he was taken away by the 5-colored light. Bobo Jidi. The other 2 ancient gods roared in anger. In the blink of an eye, one of them had died. Don't blame me for being merciless when you attack me. However, they cared about others and forgot about themselves. Another sword slashed out, the power of 10 million strands of divinity gushing out. Swoosh. Another person was killed, and the five-colored light shone as he was taken away by the Tao realm. Die! Finally, one of the ancient great gods roared, and his endless long hair turned into an awl that stabbed towards Lin Ling. Pucci! That awl contained 4 million strands of divinity, and it was extremely powerful. It instantly pierced through Lin Ling's body. Dead, that ancient great god immediately frowned. Impossible, Penglai tree god, be careful. He was not taken away by the Tao realm. But soon, someone shouted to remind them. The Penglai tree god was one of the gods in charge of the Penglai island in the deity realm. And that voice also reminded the Penglai tree god, because Lin Ling had not been in the Tao realm for long. He definitely had 3 chances to be protected by the Tao realm. But now, he had not appeared even once. It's an afterimage. The Penglai tree god immediately reacted and turned around, only to see a surging sea of blood surging over. No! The Penglai tree god roared, but unfortunately, it was too late. The indestructible power of divinity destroyed him, and his divine blood spilled on the ground, emitting hot smoke. Dead. This was true death. That was because the Penglai tree god no longer had the protection of the Tao realm. He actually dared to kill our people. Kill him. Seeing Lin Ling kill 3 people in an instant, the gods of the mountain were enraged, and they all attacked. Rumble. The entire mountain seemed to have been destroyed, and the rolling river in the distance continued to evaporate. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Is he trying to kill the heavens? At this point, Duo Wentian and the others did not dare to help, because killing in Emperor Yao's territory was equivalent to challenging the ancient great gods. Among the current Tao realm experts, the only ones who dared to challenge Emperor Yao were the other 4 emperors. Duo Wentian watched as Lin Ling fought a bloody battle against a group of deities. Their hearts trembled as well. Kill him, we must kill him. At this time, a sharp voice came. It was the White Tiger Divine Lord. He had returned to the Tao realm again. However, he only had 1 chance to be protected by the Tao realm. And the reason he dared to come back was because he knew Lei Gong Lin Ling was in trouble. Rumble. An ancient stone pagoda fell from the sky, suppressing Lin Ling. The power of divinity had reached the level of 20 million. The earth shook violently, and countless people were shocked. The one who attacked was goddess Tianxi. She looked beautiful, but she did not show any mercy. She was cold-blooded. We, the great gods of the ancient times, had god positions in our bodies back then. As for you, you are nothing. Goddess Tianxi said coldly, as she controlled the dancing phoenix sun pagoda to suppress Lin Ling. This pagoda was a wonton treasure, and it was extremely powerful. It had the power to suppress all demons. I didn't expect this person to be so eager to make a move when the world will is still dormant. I think he should be the world will. An old man said. Now, he is suppressed under the pagoda, and will be turned into meat paste. The other ancient great gods said coldly. They surrounded the stone pagoda, as if admiring a masterpiece. Good kill. The White Tiger Divine Lord's eyes were filled with sinister light as he shouted. He still has a chance to be protected by the Tao realm. Let's stay here and kill him, until he doesn't dare to enter the Tao realm. Then, we'll find out where he came from and kill his universe. The White Tiger Divine Lord was clearly not satisfied. He wanted to kill Lin Ling for thousands of generations. White Tiger supervising Divine Lord, this child must die. Those who are with him must die as well. However, this is the cycle of karma. There is no need to kill everyone in the void of the universe where he resides. We are ultimately gods of the righteous path, not demons. Chapter 46-35. Alright, he should have used the Tao realm to escape. Goddess Tianxi, unlock the stone pagoda. Another ancient great god said. Goddess Tianxi nodded and lifted the stone pagoda, with a wave of her right hand. An ancient rune appeared under the stone pagoda. The rune had the power to suppress everything. But after the stone pagoda was lifted, the rune gradually dimmed. Looking at the ground, it was now covered in scarlet blood. Broken bones were scattered all over the ground. It was a tragic sight. These were Lin Ling's blood and bones. Ha ha ha. Seeing the blood, the White Tiger Divine Lord couldn't help but laugh heartily. Oh no, Lin Ling isn't dead yet. Goddess Tianxi, quickly suppress him. Suddenly, an old monk moved his fingers slightly, as if he had calculated something and shouted in shock. Pop! 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 Almost at the same time, the blood and broken bones on the ground began to merge, turning into a bloodied man with messy hair. The Tyrant Song sword was stabbed into the ground beside him. When the man lifted it, it shot out as if it had escaped from prison. He was Lei Gong Lin Ling. Ha ha ha, you bunch of hypocritical gods. You want to kill me? You're too naive. A demonic voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He left flaming footprints in the sky at an extremely fast speed. This was the Kwafu Sun chasing boots. White Tiger Divine Lord. Billowing killing intent locked onto the White Tiger Divine Lord, causing the latter's eyes to widen. He dared to come back this time, because he was confident that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to touch him anymore. The previous incident was an accident. However, he didn't expect that Lin Ling, who had been suppressed by the gods, was still alive. Swoosh! A sword slashed over, and the five-colored light wrapped around the White Tiger Divine Lord and brought him out of the Dao realm. At this point, he no longer had the protection of the Dao realm. If he encountered a life-and-death crisis in the future, he would definitely die. One had to know that many gods in the Dao realm didn't dare to waste the protection opportunity, because unless you didn't want to enter the Dao realm, 3 protection opportunities would never be enough. Now the White Tiger Divine Lord hadn't gone far from the Dao realm, but he no longer had the protection of the Dao realm. This undoubtedly suppressed his growth. Lei Gong Lin Ling. The White Tiger Divine Monarch was taken away. His eyes were bloodshot. He hated it. He couldn't accept it. Kill me? This is the price. Blood continuously dripped from Lin Ling's body. It was as if he had turned into a demon. A terrifying killing intent surged out from him, covering the sky and covering the earth. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into a slaughtering demon from the Age of Gods. Since Emperor Yao's people didn't give him face, why should he show mercy? Die! He pounced over, charging towards those lesser deities on the mountain. Lei Gong Lin Ling had completely gone mad. Although these lesser deities hadn't made a move previously, it didn't mean that it had nothing to do with them. This was because when the deities were attacking Lin Ling, they were also in high spirits and fanning the flames. Lei Gong Lin Ling, how dare you start a massacre? Seeing Lin Ling attack the weak, all the deities were enraged. Killing intent surged, causing the void to tremble. How could a demigod possibly resist Lin Ling? All of them were killed, so much so that even their souls were trembling. All of them were taken away by the five-colored radiance, dying without knowing why. There were even a few people who died directly. Even the lesser deities were seething with anger at this moment. They actually used all their means to nail Lin Ling to death, leaving him forever in the realm of Dao, never to be resurrected again. All kinds of means erupted, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. It was like the battle of the deities against the will of the world in the past. However, Lin Ling's speed was fully unleashed, and the power of the Kwafu Sun chasing boots was unleashed. Although they were hit repeatedly, their bones were broken, and blood was spurting out, but they weren't fatal. Most of the attacks were dodged by Lin Ling. Die! After killing all the lesser deities, Lin Ling attacked the mid-level deities, sending them back to their homes. I hate this. The early-level mid-level deities fell one after another, and their eyes were red with hatred. They didn't expect that with so many great deities attacking Lin Ling, they would actually die. What a cunning brat, using his speed to escape from our attacks. Goddess Tianxi's face was ferocious. She controlled the stone pagoda to suppress Lin Ling. But Lin Ling's speed was too fast, and she couldn't lock onto Lin Ling. Moreover, if she wasn't careful, she might accidentally injure her own people. So she was afraid of attacking. Let me do it. A man with a human head and a snake body shouted in a low voice. He mumbled something, and his voice was solemn and dignified. This was a Buddhist mantra that could entangle a person for 3 generations and 3 bodies. And no matter how fast one was, they couldn't escape. Boom. However, Lin Ling's Vajra Bodhi light burst out, and all kinds of Bodhi lights bloomed. Together with his soul power, they were immediately reflected back. Pooh! The man was reflected back, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he said, "This brat's soul power is so strong." What? The deities looked down at Lin Ling, who was constantly moving around, and their faces became even more serious. This Lei Gong Lin Ling's foundation was really good. Everyone, don't show mercy. If this continues, more deities will die on our side. Let's use our ultimate skills. An ancient deity said coldly. Okay. The deities all nodded. They activated lightning, heavenly fire, and violent flood to drown the earth. All kinds of power rampaged wildly between heaven and earth, displaying the strength of the ancient deities. Although Lin Ling's speed had reached the limit, there were too many deities attacking him, causing him to be injured continuously. If not for his strong body, he would have been lying on the ground. At this moment he was like a wolf fighting alone, and he was holding on with his willpower. Every time he held on, he killed a mid-level deity. Although this made the deities hate him even more, at least it gave Grandpa Treasure God and the others time to break through. Obviously, Lin Ling was using himself as bait to attract the deities' attention. Attack those caverns. However, Goddess Tianxi was very insidious. Seeing that she couldn't kill Lin Ling in a short period of time, she took advantage of Lin Ling's weakness. Despicable. Lin Ling cursed angrily. You're the despicable one. You killed so many deities, and you're only alive because of your speed. If you have the ability, stop and fight with us. Goddess Tianxi said coldly. She was resentful of Lin Ling's cunning. Unfortunately, in her anger, she didn't realize that with so many mid-level deities attacking together, how could Lin Ling not rely on his speed? If it was her, Goddess Tianxi, she wouldn't even dare to fight. He's going to help. Stop him, and let him watch the people in the caverns fail to break through. Goddess Tianxi said again. She stopped chasing Lin Ling, and wanted to seal Lin Ling in a place. Shameless person. Although he knew it was a trap, Lin Ling still rushed toward the caverns. Junior, you're not running? Why aren't you running? A deity covered in lightning threw down a divine net, which was full of lightning, and blocked Lin Ling's path. Ha ha ha. Chapter 46-36. Lin Ling did not say a word. His eyes were red, and he only wanted to rush to the cave to help Grandpa Treasure God and the rest. Haha, come. Beside the cave, a few ancient gods sneered as they attacked the cave. They also waved at Lin Ling arrogantly. However, in this short distance, countless powerful attacks were unleashed. Lin Ling could not rush over. Charge. However, Lin Ling seemed to have gone mad. His speed exploded, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. Obviously, his body had reached its limit. However, at this moment, the Quafu sun chasing boots on his feet suddenly burst out with the light of the sun, increasing his speed by 3 million worlds. He finally reached the power of the second stage. This time, Lin Ling's speed reached 500 world speed. The void trembled, and Lin Ling disappeared, and appeared in front of the cave. All the gods were shocked. He was too fast. With this speed, no one could catch up with him. So scary. With so many ancient gods attacking, he is still not dead. Instead, more than 100 ancient gods have died in his hands. Not only that, including those lower gods, there are probably hundreds. Amazing. Duo Wentian and the rest stared into the distance, and their faces were extremely solemn. Lin Ling was too domineering. He was simply going to shake the world. Not good. Lin Ling is here. The gods who were attacking the cave abode were now panicking. Bang! However, a big hand suddenly grabbed a god's face. With a burst of power, that god's head exploded like a watermelon. Lin Ling had arrived. This god no longer had the protection of the Dao realm, and was completely dead. God's blood dripped down Lin Ling's hand, but it was absorbed by the tyrannical Song sword. In front of the cave, those gods saw Lin Ling killing people, and all of them trembled. They wanted to run, but they did not dare to. They could only stare at Lin Ling. An illusory wave came, and suddenly, the Lin Ling in their eyes disappeared. Instead, there was a bloody light in front of him. Another god had fallen. Next, the second one, the third one. In a short period of time, all the deities in front of the cave had fallen, and they hated Lin Ling to the bone. Got you, Great Lion Divine Seal. After Lin Ling killed everyone, a golden lion rushed down from the sky. Its speed was incomparably fast, and after locking onto Lin Ling, it suppressed Lin Ling. A mid-stage mid-god seized the opportunity to attack. Rumble. Right now, Lin Ling could no longer dodge. He could only raise his hands to the sky in an attempt to block the handprint. However, just as the handprint touched him, Lin Ling's body emitted an explosive sound, and he also spat out a mouthful of blood. After fighting for so long, he had already reached his limit. The divine essence in his body was also mostly exhausted. How could he still block it? Still not dead. This time, all the deities laughed. Get out of my way. However, at that moment, the water of the heavenly river surged over and crashed into the lion's seal, washing it away. A woman appeared beside Lin Ling, and at the same time, she stroked Lin Ling. It was pure maiden Bai. Clearly, she was the first god to break through and successfully break through. Mid-stage mid-god. Many gods stared at pure maiden Bai, and their eyes narrowed. What they did not know was that pure maiden Bai had sealed herself in the broken realm divine land for many years, and had long reached the limit of breaking through. After coming to the Dao realm, she exchanged for a large number of treasures, and naturally broke through. Pure maiden Bai, this has nothing to do with you. Someone who knew pure maiden Bai said coldly. Hee, a bunch of treacherous people. Pure maiden Bai checked Lin Ling's injuries. Seeing that Lin Ling was seriously injured, and the ground was dyed red with blood, endless coldness rose in her heart. She had already seen through today's matter, and she knew who was right and who was wrong. You want to go against Emperor Yao? Let me give you a piece of advice, don't bother with him. At most, I will put in a few good words for you in front of Emperor Yao, and let you become his tomb. Goddess Tianxi said, Emperor Yao, how great is that? Let me tell you, my lord is Lei Gong Lin Ling. Pure maiden Bai snorted coldly, not giving face at all. Before this, it was Lin Ling who was protecting them, and the white tiger divine lord only wanted to disturb them. If it was not for Lin Ling, they would have failed long ago. Now that she had successfully broken through, Emperor Yao extended an invitation to her? How laughable! Did these people have any shame? Let me tell you, I am Lei Gong Lin Ling's servant. If you dare touch him, you will all be my enemies. Pure maiden Bai had followed Lin Ling in the beginning because of her father, but now, she wanted to follow Lin Ling from the bottom of her heart. Ignorant, the gods sneered coldly. How lowly you want to die. Then die with Lei Gong Lin Ling. Goddess Tianxi snorted coldly and attacked. Seeing this, the gods showed no mercy. Now that they were fighting fiercely with Lin Ling, neither side would compromise. If Lin Ling did not die, they would not be happy. My lord, how are you? Can you still walk? Pure maiden Bai gritted her teeth, but she immediately looked at Lin Ling and asked. Although she had entered the mid-stage of the mid-god realm, and her strength had increased greatly, the enemy still outnumbered her. Moreover, she had to protect Lin Ling, and could not leave. However, Lin Ling's face was pale, and he did not say a word. It was obvious that Lin Ling was so weak that he could not speak. Trash! The gods were even more delighted when they saw Lin Ling's state. Rumble! All kinds of earth-shattering attacks came, trying to kill Lin Ling and Pure maiden Bai. Pure maiden Bai wanted to dodge, but she was powerless. In the end, she could only close her eyes. Previously, Lord Lin Ling had protected her. Now, let her protect Lord Lin Ling. Rumble! A deafening sound rang out, but the terrifying attacks did not arrive. Pure maiden Bai suddenly opened her eyes. Only then did she realize that above her head, a huge divine bell was floating, emitting endless majesty. Rumble! Next, a cave not far away exploded. Amidst the rolling rocks, a man walked out step by step with endless cold killing intent. It was Saint Guy. How dare you touch my lord? Die. Saint Guy's voice was not loud, but it was soul-crushing. Donghuang Bell. The gods' faces changed drastically as they recognized the terrifying ancient bell. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the other two abodes exploded as well. Two mid-level gods walked out, and their faces were filled with rage and killing intent. It was Nam Wufinyu and Qilin. My lord. After successfully breaking through, they immediately looked at Lin Ling. But when they saw that Lin Ling was heavily injured, they clenched their fists. The tomb of Emperor Yao was too vicious. Successor of the Donghuang clan, you have to interfere in this matter. This was the first time the gods knew of Saint Gui's origin, but they had all heard of the Donghuang clan, and were wary of this ancient clan. Enough nonsense. My lord's life is my life. Chapter 46-37. There's no need for that. I can still fight. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes opened, and a ferocious aura bloomed in his eyes. He was like an ancient beast that had just woken up from its slumber. Previously, he seemed to be heavily injured, but in reality, he was recovering. His body was strong, and even in a short period of time, Lin Ling had recovered a portion of his strength. He was no longer a sitting duck. My lord, seeing that Lin Ling had woken up, Saint Gui and the others were overjoyed. Lin Ling pushed Whitewater Goddess away and held his sword again. If you want to kill me, come at me. Hao Lei Gong, I'm not afraid of any gods. A murderous aura erupted from his body. Even if he had to risk his life, he would kill to his heart's content. Kill. After hearing Lin Ling's words, Saint Gui and the others looked at the gods with murderous intent. Previously, Lord Lin Ling had been fighting the gods alone. Now that they had joined in, the overall battle strength had increased greatly. Dong Huang, open the heavenly gate. Saint Gui was the first to make a move. With a slight movement of his hands, he controlled the Dong Huang bell and suppressed it. Crackle crackle. In the sky, an ancient divine gate opened, and an ancient gust of wind blew out. It was incomparably domineering. The Dong Huang bell was one of the 10 great chaos divine artifacts in the universe. Whether it was during the Pantheon era or the Primordial era, it was the strongest divine artifact. Boom! Terrifying energy surged, and countless gods were taken away by the Tao realm. The entire mountain was in chaos. Apart from late-stage mid-gods, no one could withstand the might of the Donghuang bell. Die! Saint Gui's body trembled. Clearly, he was pushing the Donghuang bell to its limit. With his current strength, he could only use it once. The huge ancient bell floated in the sky, and the sound of the bell seemed to spread to all the nearby mountains. Countless gods came out from their caves and looked at the sky in the distance. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. There a huge ancient bell was pressing down. The bell was so big that it sealed countless mountains. Countless runes bloomed, and it was as if the Donghuang Tai had arrived. Looking inside the bell, the gust of wind blew, and the strongest attack was wreaking havoc on the gods. No, the gods were all panicking. A moment ago, they could still control Lei Gong Lin Ling's life, but now, their lives were being controlled by someone else. Their despicable, shameless, cold-blooded, and heartless actions had all met their retribution at this moment. Their high and mighty faces from before had now turned into faces of panic and begging for mercy. Whoosh! Whoosh! Beams of light appeared as the Tao realm continued to take the gods away. Some of the gods who no longer had the protection of the Tao realm had completely lost all hope at this moment. This was because they were about to truly die and disappear into the void of the universe. They also regretted it, extremely regretful. And this was the power that the Eastern Emperor Bell had yet to suppress. When it heavily pressed down, the void trembled. Space and time were all shattered. The tyrannical power turned the endless mountains into dust. The river in the distance also disappeared in the passage of time. It could be said that the people were in a terrible situation. This was the most terrifying battle between ancient gods. And this suppression killed countless ancient great gods. Those who were still alive were severely injured and retreated while coughing up blood. Quickly inform Emperor Yao. Their clothes were tattered, and they were in an extremely sorry state. They were constantly shouting, "Kill!" But at this moment, Lin Ling brought by Shui and Su Nu over to kill them. Lei Gong Lin Ling, what are you doing? Goddess Tian Si was severely injured, and the tyrannical power of the Eastern Emperor Bell was wreaking havoc in her body, causing her strength to increase greatly. Now she saw that Lin Ling was the first to pounce on her. Bitch, I'm going to send you back to your hometown. Lin Ling, whose eyes widened like the wrath of a mad god. How dare you? Goddess Tian Si gritted her teeth and shouted. If it weren't for the Eastern Emperor Bell, how could a mere Lin Ling kill her? Sky-splitting slash. Lin Ling didn't waste any time, and ruthlessly struck down with his palm. It was as if the great god Pangu was splitting the heaven and earth apart. using the most tyrannical method to send Goddess Tian-Si back to her hometown. Lei Gong Lin Ling, I won't let you go. Goddess Tian-Si's eyes were filled with a ferocious light. The stronger the god, the more they valued the protection of the Dao realm. Unless it was a critical moment, no one would want to waste it. But now, a mere lesser god had actually made her waste one of her lives. She remembered the Battle of Divine Bone Mountain, where she fought the gods with Emperor Yao, but she survived. She remembered the Battle of the Dao Tower, where she fought the gods for 3 months in the Dao Tower, and she also survived. But in her own territory she died. Die bitch. Lin Ling's palm cut through Goddess Tian-Si's arm like cutting vegetables, and it fell to the ground. But immediately, the light of the Dao realm appeared, and took Goddess Tian-Si away. Protected by the light of the Dao realm, Goddess Tian-Si floated further and further away. She stared at the white arm on the ground, her eyes full of hatred. Goddess Tian-Si is also dead, and the gods have fallen. This is the most terrifying battle of gods I've ever seen. Far away, Duo Wentian and the others muttered to themselves. They all knew that Lin Ling and Lei Gong had made a name for themselves in the Dao realm. This also showed the decisiveness and strength of the Thunder God Great Hall. Chaos, chaos, the Dao of the universe is collapsing. Those late-stage mid-god experts gritted their teeth. There weren't many experts of this level in the mountains, and they didn't make a move at first. But they didn't expect things to turn out like this. Who dares to behave atrociously in my territory? At this moment, a deep voice suddenly sounded. A large number of gods came from afar, like giants galloping in the sky, and the void rippled with their steps. They seemed to be far away, but in the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of everyone, and a ferocious aura pressed down on the ground. The one in the lead was a burly man with long hair. He was bare-chested and only wore a pair of beast pants, but his aura was incomparably terrifying. Emperor Yao. Everyone looked at the man, and their faces changed. They didn't expect that the battle here would attract Emperor Yao. Emperor Yao, as one of the 5 oldest emperors of humanity, was famous in the ancient times. After reincarnating, he once again led the gods, so no one dared to disrespect him in the Dao realm. He also had a large territory with countless divine mountains. He didn't expect that under his tomb, there would be such a great battle. A great battle actually broke out on a divine mountain. Emperor Yao. Everyone bowed. Eastern Emperor Bel. Emperor Yao had a thick beard, and his eyes were like torches looking at the ground, but most of them were staring at the ancient Eastern Emperor Bel. My disciple is dead. Who killed him? Behind him was a large number of ancient gods, and among them, a thin old man shouted. His body was emitting a strong murderous aura. Chapter 46-38. It's me, Lei Gong Lin Ling. At that moment on the ground, a figure covered in blood stopped and looked up at the sky. There was no fear in his eyes. He was Lin Ling. When he decided to attack, he knew that this moment would come. You killed so many of my gods. Emperor Yao looked at Lin Ling coldly. His eyes were full of majesty. He didn't expect that the person who dared to cause trouble in his territory was a god that he had never seen before. They wanted to kill me, so I naturally resisted. Lin Ling stared at Emperor Yao and said calmly. However, he could sense Emperor Yao's terrifying aura. It was as though a single breath from Emperor Yao would be enough to shatter Lin Ling's bones. From Emperor Yao's eyes, Lin Ling could see an eternity. Their gazes clashed in midair. It seemed invisible, but it caused the void to tremble. Kill. After a while, Emperor Yao said coldly. He didn't have time to listen to Lin Ling's explanation. In his opinion, a small god dared to attack him in his territory. So what if he didn't die? The only thing he cared about was the kid with the Donghuang bell. He didn't dare to kill this person. Emperor Yao, we can't kill this person yet. However, I will seal him so that he can't escape. The white tiger god gritted his teeth and said. He knew that if he killed Lin Ling would leave the Dao realm. Therefore, if he sealed Lin Ling, he could make Lin Ling suffer endless torment and never leave his palm. Emperor Yao, one of the 5 emperors, the leader of the ancient tribes. I thought that since you can lead thousands of gods, you would be fair and just. But today, I see that you don't live up to your reputation. On the ground, Lin Ling laughed and mocked. Facing Emperor Yao, the strongest ancient leader, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. He was now the master of Lei Gong Hall, and also a leader. Although he couldn't compare to Emperor Yao, he was still a leader. How could he be weak? Shameless boasting. Seeing that Lin Ling still dared to speak such arrogant words, all the deities were enraged. However, Emperor Yao's expression didn't change. He didn't say anything, nor did he refute. He stared at Lin Ling with a calm gaze that was filled with disdain. Emperor Yao, one of the 5 emperors of the prehistoric era. At that time, when humans were just beginning to gain intelligence, he was the one who cultivated water, cultivated farmland, created laws, and led humans to prosperity. He was also the first to step onto the path of cultivation, leading all living beings to surpass their limits and pursue the origin of the universe. How could such an ancient figure be angered by Lin Ling's angry words? His heart didn't even have the slightest ripple. Emperor Yao pondered for a moment and said, "The others are nothing but dust. Don't touch that brat from the Donghuang clan." Damn it! Hearing that, Qilin Whitewater and Pure Maiden all gritted their teeth. In Emperor Yao's eyes, were they really that unbearable? Was he really such trash? They came from the void of the 9 states, and were the first deities of the void. When had they ever been humiliated like this? Brat, you dared to kill my disciple. I'm going to imprison you in the White Tiger prison. You won't be able to leave for the rest of your life. You want to cultivate? Ha ha ha. You can only become a cripple in my prison. At that moment, the White Tiger God pounced down, sprinkling endless light. It was extremely powerful. Lin Ling's expression changed. Now, he only had one way out, and that was to leave the Tao realm. However, he soon realized that a powerful force had quietly appeared around him. It was like the laws of the universe, firmly sealing him within. This was a prison formed by the void. Most importantly, the White Tiger God's attack seemed to have the power to transcend the void and create its own. It was indeed very powerful. No wonder Duo Wentian and the others didn't dare to provoke the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord. Emperor Yao, how about giving me some face? However, at that moment, the rolling red clouds arrived and drowned the void prison. The void prison that sealed everything suddenly disappeared around Lin Ling, as if it had been brought to another dimension. In front of Lin Ling, an old man appeared and looked at the White Tiger God indifferently. Ancestor Red Cloud, how dare you ruin my plans? The White Tiger God was enraged. He slapped down with his palm, and an endless amount of golden chi turned into divine power and blasted down. This palm was so powerful that even Shengyi's Donghuang Bell might not be able to block it. Get lost, this is between me and Emperor Yao. However, Ancestor Red Cloud shouted. He stretched out his right hand and drew a circle in front of him, then slapped out. Rumble. When the 2 palms collided, the endless great barren ancient mountains exploded. Then they floated up like floating mountains. Around Lin Ling, the ground continued to tremble. Grass and gravel continued to float up, as if the entire space was trembling. The 2 figures seemed to be standing in the river of time. Their palms were pressed together, and a thick blood chi rolled out from their bodies, giving people the impression that they were giants. Such powerful strength. Lin Ling and the Whitewater Pure Lady squinted their eyes, shocked by the strength of these ancient giant gods. They could feel that these ancient giant gods had the power to split the heavens and earth. They could be said to be omnipotent. Ancestor Red Cloud. The White Tiger God fought against Ancestor Red Cloud, but he couldn't defeat him. He was furious. In Emperor Yao's tomb, Ancestor Red Cloud was the most difficult to deal with due to his eccentric personality. Previously, he almost killed his disciple. Therefore, the White Tiger God didn't want to provoke him unless it was a big deal. However, this time, he didn't provoke Ancestor Red Cloud, but this person took the initiative to provoke him. Ancestor Red Cloud continued to ignore the White Tiger God. He looked at Emperor Yao and said, "I will represent Emperor Yao in the War of the North." Obviously, this was the bargaining chip he used to negotiate with Emperor Yao. Emperor Yao would only allow him to speak if he represented Emperor Yao in the War of the North. He can live. Emperor Yao finally spoke, but he was shocked. He didn't understand why Ancestor Red Cloud would help those people. Ancestor Red Cloud was a loner. For many years, he only had one disciple. Even if someone close to him was in trouble, Ancestor Red Cloud wouldn't care. Unfortunately, only Ancestor Red Cloud knew that Lin Ling was his benefactor. His master Ancestor Red Cloud also knew Lin Ling. Damn it! Seeing that Emperor Yao had spoken, the White Tiger God cursed and disappeared on the spot. I promise you that if they can leave this place safely, my people and I won't do anything. At this moment, Emperor Yao said again, as if it was a promise. Ancestor Red Cloud finally retracted his aura. Emperor Yao's gaze fell on Shengyi. You can stay. What do you think? In his eyes, only Shengyi was worthy of his attention. The others were like grass. He is my lord. Wherever he goes, I will follow. Shengyi said coldly. Chapter 46-39. That's right. If it wasn't for me today, my master would have died. But don't forget that I would have failed to break through without my master. Shengyi's voice was even colder. Emperor Yao frowned, but he couldn't refute him. Are you really not going to consider staying? Emperor Yao asked again. I have no such intention. Shengyi's attitude was resolute. All right, you can leave now. As for the few of them, they have killed so many of my deities. They have to pay a price. For them, leave behind a Tao state protection. Emperor Yao's expression didn't change, but his voice was getting colder. Emperor Yao, you promised to let them go personally. Ancestor Red Cloud panicked. I did promise to spare their lives. However, they have killed too many deities. I have to give them an answer. Hence, I'll let them leave behind a Tao state protection. This is fair. Emperor Yao said plainly. All right, you don't have to say any more. I've made up my mind. Emperor Yao. Ancestor Red Cloud knew how precious a Tao state protection was. Hence, he still wanted to fight for Lin Ling and the rest. Ancestor Red Cloud, there's no need for that. However, at this moment, a sharp voice could be heard. Lin Ling walked out and stood in front of Ancestor Red Cloud. You're saying that this is fair? Emperor Yao, I hope you don't contradict yourself. Lin Ling stared at Emperor Yao and said, What are you trying to say? Emperor Yao squinted his eyes. He didn't expect this small deity to be so daring. Not only did he not thank him, he even dared to speak. This started because of the White Tiger Divine Lord, because I knew how to find the red-furred beast in the river and exchange it for the Tao state fragment. However, I didn't tell him this secret, so he came to find me in private and used forceful methods to force the secret out of me. However, I gave face to Emperor Yao. I defeated him, but didn't injure him severely. Lin Ling said plainly, Nonsense. What kind of secret do you know? White Tiger deity said disdainfully. We can testify that Lei Gong Lin Ling did tell us the method to obtain thousands of Tao realm fragments from the cosmic behemoths. At this moment, Duo Wentian and the others spoke up. Their words caused the giant White Tiger god's face to freeze, unable to refute. Emperor Yao frowned and didn't say anything. Lin Ling sneered and continued. I injured him to teach him a lesson and give you face, Emperor Yao. But he didn't repent, and brought people to kill me. He even disrupted my breakthrough in the tomb. He's gone mad, so I had no choice but to use force to fight back. As for these gods, they're all dead. They knew what was right and wrong, but they didn't speak up. Instead, they worked together with the White Tiger supervising soldier Divine Lord to kill me. Could it be that I can only be killed and not refute? Lin Ling's voice became louder when he said the last sentence. Emperor Yao's frown deepened. He said plainly, I didn't know about this. But even if I did, the White Tiger supervising soldier Divine Lord is the reincarnation of a god. His merits are immeasurable, and not something you can compare to. Perhaps this is the difference between your fates. Ha ha ha, this is the fairness you speak of. What a joke. I, Lin Ling, brought you the method to find Tao realm fragments. And yet you treat me like this. To be honest, I feel embarrassed for you. Lin Ling laughed again. His words made Emperor Yao's face darken. But he didn't speak, as though he was in the wrong. Ancestor Hong Yun let out a soft sigh. He knew that Lin Ling had thoroughly offended Emperor Yao. After all, such things could be discussed in private. But to reprimand Emperor Yao in front of the gods was to tarnish Emperor Yao's dignity. Even if Lin Ling was right, Emperor Yao would hate Lin Ling because of the ancient emperor's dignity. Can't tell right from wrong, inverting black and white. This is the five emperors, ha ha ha. At this time, Lin Ling laughed again, infuriating countless gods. Alright, Yang Qi said. Considering that you've helped the gods in my tomb, you may leave now. I won't accept the protection of the Dao realm. Emperor Yao finally spoke, but his voice was incomparably low. But Lin Ling laughed even louder and said word by word. No need. I, Lin Ling, don't want to waste food. It's just one protection of the Dao realm. I, Lin Ling, can afford it. As for the secret of the Dao realm fragment, I'll give it to you as a reward. Kill. With that, he stabbed the tyrannical Song sword in his hand towards himself. This sword was so decisive, so unyielding. But at the same time, it was like a vicious slap that landed heavily on Emperor Yao's face. His face turned red, and he felt incomparably ashamed. Now, Lin Ling didn't know him anything. Instead, he was giving him a reward, as though he was indebted to Lin Ling for taking care of him. Rays of five-colored light appeared, protecting Lin Ling as he left the Dao realm. Haha, treasure god Nanwufing you. And the others laughed with endless mockery. They also committed suicide and were taken away by the Dao realm. Emperor Yao, I know you look down on my lord, but I forgot to tell you. Although I'm stronger than him now, I believe that it won't be long before my lord rises to the Dao realm. Just you wait. When it was Saint Guy's turn, he smiled faintly and used the Grand Orient Bell to suppress himself. He was taken away by the Dao realm. One last thing. Perhaps you've made countless contributions to humanity, but in terms of judgment, you're really nothing. They all disappeared in the Dao realm, leaving the entire mountain silent. No one expected that these gods would still be so arrogant. Emperor Yao stood quietly in the sky, his expression unchanged. His eyes flashed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Farewell, Emperor Yao. At this time, five-colored light condensed, and then Lin Ling appeared again. Previously, he committed suicide and used up a chance at life. But now he was back. He didn't want to hide in the void of the 9 states. He wanted to leave this place with a swagger. Haha, my lord, we're back. Treasure god Nanwufing you, and the others appeared. They followed Lin Ling and left the Dao realm with large strides. The entire mountain was looking at these lonely figures. Although their figures were small, they gave people a feeling of awe. Lei Gong, Lin Ling, you're really stubborn. Emperor Yao muttered to himself. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Then he turned and left. Damn it! The white tiger god stared at Lin Ling and the others' backs. He wanted to kill them, but he didn't dare to. If he did, it would make Emperor Yao go back on his words. Sigh, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Duo Wentian and the others sighed. They had invited Lin Ling and the others to be guests, and wanted to recommend them to Emperor Yao. But in the end, things turned out this way. Chapter 4640. Emperor Yao. At this moment, several figures were flying in the sky. The white tiger giant god saluted. Lei Gong Lin Ling isn't worth mentioning, but that kid from the Donghuang clan is very tempting. Emperor Yao looked into the distance, his eyes filled with a domineering aura. Donghuang Tai's successor? The white tiger giant god asked. The current Donghuang Tai is probably in the chaos realm, and he can't split up to fight against the strongest world will host. Therefore, he can't take back the Donghuang bell. Emperor Yao added. Emperor Yao, are you saying that the Donghuang bell should belong to the 5 emperors? The white tiger giant god was indeed smart, and he immediately guessed Emperor Yao's intention. Sigh. If the Donghuang bell was in the hands of any of the 5 emperors, it would be able to fight against the world will host. After all, there are many world wills in the Dao realm. It's a pity that it fell into the hands of that kid, and that kid probably won't care about the world will. It's a waste of the Donghuang Tai's mission. Emperor Yao sighed. Emperor Yao, leave this to me. The white tiger giant god smiled. No, if this matter spreads out, the world will laugh at me. Emperor Yao frowned. Emperor Yao, you are the merit emperor, and you have done a lot for humanity. Now that the world will's calamity is coming, for humanity, for the universe, I hope you can put aside your prejudice and fight against the world will. The white tiger giant god advised. Emperor Yao, the Donghuang bell is only effective if it's with you. The other giant gods also bowed. For the universe sigh. Emperor Yao looked at the sky and sighed, but he did not say anything and strode away. However, the other gods understood Emperor Yao's intention. It was not convenient for Emperor Yao to do this, so it was up to them to do it. The Donghuang bell was one of the top 10 chaos divine artifacts in the universe. Even if Saint Guyi could only use 10% of its power, it was enough to kill anyone. If it fell into Emperor Yao's hands, it would undoubtedly increase his strength greatly. Not just Emperor Yao, even the other 4 emperors would be moved by this chaos divine artifact. However, Emperor Yao was ultimately one of the 5 emperors, and he couldn't snatch it away. Therefore, it was for the universe. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others were flying in the sky. Yao, what Emperor Yao? Bullshit. Treasure god Nanwu Fingyu spat on the ground, and finally saw through this ancient god. I'm most afraid of them settling accounts after the autumn. After all, these ancient great emperors always act one way and act another way. Whitewater Pure Woman said with a frown. Yao's right. Lin Ling nodded. From what happened before, this Emperor Yao isn't a selfless person, so we have to be careful. But for now we are safe. Emperor Yao told us to leave, so he won't do anything to us in the short term. But after this matter dies down, he will come back. Who knows, they might secretly attack us. If that's the case, then Emperor Yao is too despicable. To think that our tribe used to kneel down and worship Emperor Yao. I didn't expect him to be so despicable. However, as a great figure, he shouldn't vent his anger on us over such a small matter. Young Lin frowned. After breaking through, he no longer looked like a child. Instead, he looked like an elegant young man. It's hard to say. Emperor Yao's temperament is hard to predict. Moreover, I saw that he was very friendly to Sheng Yi. Therefore, it's not impossible that Emperor Yao attacked him, because of the Eastern Emperor Bell. Anyway, we are the latecomers in the Dao realm, and we don't know anyone. None. Lin Ling looked at them and said. He had been practicing martial arts since young, and he had seen the human heart. Anything was possible for the sake of benefits. Sheng Yi nodded, then looked at Lin Ling and said, Then where are we going now? Let's go back to our island and see how Emperor Zhang Gang and the others are doing. Then, we'll go to the place where Xiaoluan and Longyang died and help them. It's best to find the Kirishin and the others and gather them. In this Dao realm, it's hard to travel alone. Gathering together, we'll be stronger. Lin Ling said. He pondered for a moment and then said, Okay. Everyone nodded. Knowing that Emperor Yao wouldn't touch them for the time being, they relaxed a lot. Along the way, they flew over endless mountains. Now that they were all mid-gods, they were qualified to travel in the Dao realm. After a long time, an island appeared in the distance. The rolling river surrounded the island. Lin Ling led them down, and then communicated with Yu Yu and the others. They found out that many people were walking through the miasma, so they waited quietly in place. There are too many ancient gods in the Tao realm. I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. In order to increase my strength, I need more Tao realm fragments. After sitting down cross-legged, Lin Ling was deep in thought. He soon realized that his physical strength had improved after the previous bitter battle. As for the next upgrade, Lin Ling planned to upgrade his talent. This was because, according to Emperor Yao, Lin Ling was now ranked above average among the early-stage mid-gods. There were still 10% of the strongest early-stage mid-gods who were ranked among the upper echelons. And the reason why they could suppress other gods was undoubtedly their talent. Increasing the talent of a divine fetus could increase one's divine energy, physical strength, soul power, divine steps, and so on. Of course, if one had a powerful divine weapon, it could also increase one's combat strength. Lin Ling currently had 2 divine weapons, the tyrannical Song sword and the Kwafu Sunchaser boots. Therefore, he planned to increase the talent of his divine fetus first. The place where Xiaoluan and the others died is here. Lin Ling sensed the location and memorized it in his heart. He then planned to enter the square prison. He remembered that ancestor Hong Yun said that old devil San Gui was very familiar with the Tao realm. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to know more about the Tao realm fragments from him. He's out. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others noticed that a figure had appeared in the miasma in the distance. Upon closer inspection, this person was one of the 6 star lords of the Southern Dipper, Calamity Star Lord, the strongest low-level deity, who had fought with Lin Ling on the island. It's him. Nan Wufingyu was very surprised. I didn't expect him to be the first to come out after us. That's normal. When he lost to me, I heard that he had already reached the 8th level. Lin Ling said. Should we attack him? The young Qilin licked his lips. Ignore him for now. Let's wait and see. Lin Ling shook his head. He was too lazy to attack because he had a feeling that Yu Big Brother, Young Yao, Emperor Zhonggang, and the others could all walk out of the miasma. Chapter 46-41. Haha, I'm out too. At that moment, another excited voice was heard. Upon closer inspection, it was the Maoshan immortal ancestor. That was another god defeated by Lin Ling. Following that, another 7 figures walked out. They were the 7 fairies of the island. After they walked out, they took a deep breath and were extremely happy. I didn't expect you to be faster than us, Star-Lord Du Xing. The Maoshan immortal ancestor said to Star-Lord Du Xing, hee, that's normal. But now, I'm preparing to break through to lesser deity. Star-Lord Du Xing sneered and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Hearing that, the expressions of the Maoshan immortal ancestor, the 7 fairies, and the others changed. They wanted to leave because Star-Lord Du Xing was the most despicable. If he broke through, they would be in danger. Recover immediately. The Maoshan immortal ancestor hurriedly recovered. He wanted to leave immediately, but he knew that it would be even more dangerous for him to wander around in the Tao realm without any strength. Seeing that, the 7 fairies also quickly recovered their strength. In the distance, Lin Ling and the others were sitting cross-legged under a huge ancient tree. They shook their heads when they saw that scene. The Tao realm is even more chaotic than the void of the 9 states. That's right. Everyone is wary of each other, afraid that the other party will attack them. No wonder there are 5 emperors in the Tao realm. Only under the banner of the 5 emperors will the gods not dare to attack. In order to become stronger, even the reincarnated gods from the primordial era have ugly hearts. Treasure god Nan Wufingyu and the others chatted. No, the more powerful the primordial gods are, the greedier they are. That's because they were extremely powerful back then, and they were already used to the pleasure of dominating the lives of others. Now that they have reincarnated and are so weak, how could they be satisfied? Naturally, they would do anything to become stronger. That's what it means to cherish something. At that moment, Lin Ling said with a smile, as for the weaker gods back then, after they reincarnate, they realize that they have a chance to defeat the opponents they couldn't defeat back then. Therefore, they will work even harder. You're right, my lord. Hearing that, Saint Guyi immediately nodded. As the saying goes, people's hearts are not what they used to be. and the times create ambitious and ruthless people. Of course, there is an even more important reason. That is because they have experienced the great calamity of the world's will. Thus they are even more afraid of death. They all want to preserve their lives before the next great calamity of the world's will arrives. Thus, they all step on the heads of others and constantly rush upwards, attempting to break through the horizon and surpass their limits. Lin Ling continued. In the next great calamity of the world's will, perhaps we will also die. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Saint Guyi and the others sighed. The world will's great calamity had submerged several eras. No deity could stop it, so it could be seen just how terrifying it was. Suddenly, the young Qilin looked at Lin Ling and asked, "My lord, what do you think this world will is? Why can't even the ancient giant gods stop it?" Lin Ling pondered and guessed. Pangu created the heaven and earth, but there was an even stronger god of creation above Pangu. As the saying goes, first there was Hongjun, then there was heaven. It was the will of the universe, and it was also divided into two parts. One was creation, and the other was destruction. Therefore, my guess is that the world will is creation, the other will of the deity. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. No wonder so many ancient giant gods couldn't deal with the world will. It turned out that it really had a great background. Of course, this is just my guess. The real secret is probably only known by the few most ancient giant beasts. Seeing the shocked expressions of the young Qilin and the others, Lin Ling laughed. "My lord, you know a lot." Admiration appeared in Saint Guyi's eyes. He had been to the primal chaos realm, and had seen many things that others had never seen before. However, when it came to the world will, the Donghuang clan was not as familiar as Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head. It wasn't that he knew a lot, but it was just a guess. However, when it came to ancient giant beasts, he had seen many of them. While they were chatting, people walked out from the fog barrier in the distance. It was God Emperor Zhonggang and the others. They looked exhausted, but after seeing the new world, they were incomparably happy. Sakura even roared towards the sky. "Haha, I'm out." "You're out too, Emperor Zhonggang." Next was young Master Yao. They looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. "It's too early for you to be happy. We came out earlier than you." However, a cold laugh interrupted everyone's excitement. The Maoshan immortal ancestor had stood up. It turned out that he had finally recovered his strength with the help of the talisman. "It's you, the Maoshan immortal ancestor." Yu and the others looked around, and their expressions changed instantly. They all knew that Lin Ling had defeated the Maoshan immortal ancestor, which was why the latter had always held a grudge against Lei Gong. Not long ago on the island, the Maoshan immortal ancestor did not dare to act recklessly, because there were many powerful beings in Lei Gong's palace. They did not expect that the guy would become so arrogant after leaving the island. "You must be very weak now." "Sorry, I've just recovered my strength." The Maoshan immortal ancestor smiled coldly, as if he had everything under control. Shameless. Yu and the others finally knew why the Maoshan immortal ancestor was so smug. It was because they had not recovered their strength. "I forgot to mention that there's a calamity surrogate here." The Maoshan immortal ancestor pointed again. Not far away, the calamity surrogate star slowly opened his eyes. He was about to break through, but he saw Yu and the others coming out just as he was about to get into the right state. That made him put his breakthrough on hold for the time being. He had to deal with these people first. "You didn't expect this. We've been waiting for you outside, right?" The calamity surrogate star stood up with a cold smile on his face. Yu and the others frowned even more. The Maoshan immortal ancestor was already very scary, and now there was the calamity surrogate star. Both of them had a grudge against Lei Gong's palace. Most importantly, they would not be afraid of those two if it were any other time. But now, they had not recovered their strength at all. They were no match for them. "Weren't you very happy before? Why did your face turn so dark when you saw us?" The Maoshan immortal ancestor said with a sinister smile when he saw Yu, and the others remained silent. He knew about the grudge between the calamity surrogate star and Lin Ling, so he took the blame. That way, the calamity surrogate star would not do anything to him. This is karma. The great path is a cycle of karma. Lin Ling sowed the seeds, and you reap the fruits of your actions. That star monarch due adversity indeed wanted to make a move against you and the others. However, just like his personality, he was despicable and shameless. He clearly wanted to make a move against you and the others, but he used the great Tao of karma to find a good excuse for himself. Chapter 46-42. That's right. That's our karma. I'll kill you first as the cause, and then I'll kill you as the effect. Chuckle. It sounded like a chuckle, but it was laced with cold killing intent. That made Star-Lord Du Xing and the others turn around, and their pupils instantly trembled. It was Lin Ling. At that moment, Star-Lord Du Xing and the Celestial Lord's hearts trembled. Not far away, the 7 fairies also widened their eyes in shock. Lin Ling was one of the top lesser deities on the island. Not long ago, he had defeated Star-Lord Du Xing and the Celestial Lord, and walked out of the miasma faster than them. Therefore, how could Star-Lord Du Xing and the Celestial Lord not be afraid when they saw Lin Ling? Ha ha ha, so it's Lin Ling. We've become friends after fighting. However, you just walked out of the miasma earlier than me. Now, I'm about to break through from lesser deity to intermediate deity. After all, the miasma reward is quite a lot of Tao realm fragments. It's enough for me to break through. Suddenly, Star-Lord Du Xing smiled courteously. However, he was actually threatening Lin Ling. He was telling Lin Ling that he was about to break through. Lin Ling, you'd better think twice if you want to touch me. Intermediate deities are not people you can mess with. That's right. I heard that intermediate deities are extremely powerful. No matter how strong a lesser deity is, they can't defeat an intermediate deity. The Maoshan immortal ancestor also smiled. He also used intermediate deities to intimidate Lin Ling. Whoosh! However, Lin Ling and the others did not say anything. Instead, their auras spread out. That was the aura of an intermediate deity. This, F***CK, Star-Lord Du Xing, and the Celestial Lord shouted at the same time. They wanted to use intermediate deities to intimidate Lin Ling, but he had already broken through. Moreover, it was not just one person who had broken through, but all of them. This meant that even if Star-Lord Du Xing had broken through, he would still be no match for Lin Ling and the others. Well, I'm Emperor Yao's deity. The Maoshan immortal ancestor let out a shout. If he couldn't intimidate Lin Ling with his strength, he would have to use his backer. Emperor Yao is one of the 5 great monarchs. He is famous in the Tao realm. The Maoshan immortal ancestor's voice was getting louder and louder. He wanted to instill fear in Lin Ling. Me. Due adversity Star Sovereign did not have any background, but he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, Hee, I'm sorry, but I'm also one of Emperor Yao's people. He had no idea who Emperor Yao was, and he had never even seen him before. But now, he had no choice but to try his best. Emperor Yao. At this time, Treasure God Nanwufengyu finally spoke with a sneer on his face. Emperor Yao. The young Qilin smiled as well. Saint Gi, Whitewater and Pure Maiden laughed. What is the meaning of this? The Maoshan immortal ancestors felt even more uneasy when they saw the malicious smiles on Lin Ling's face. This was because when people heard this name, their expressions would definitely change. Fear, reverence. However, Lin Ling and the others did not have such expressions. Instead, they looked at them with disdain, as if they had seen Emperor Yao before. They even saw a sneer on Lin Ling's face. It was the sneer of an enemy. Sorry, we just met Emperor Yao not long ago and killed many of his gods. We've completely broken off our relationship with him. At this time, Lin Ling finally spoke. His voice was extremely cold. Thump. Due adversity Star Sovereign, and the others collapsed to the ground. For some reason, they believed Lin Ling's words from the bottom of their hearts. Where did these guys go? How did they cause such a commotion in such a short time? If even Emperor Yao did not give them face, then wouldn't they die even faster if they said that they were Emperor Yao? Lin Ling, this is a misunderstanding. The Maoshan immortal ancestor sat on the ground and kept begging for mercy. A misunderstanding? Shengyi and the others laughed. Their laughter was incomparably cold. They had seen with their own eyes that the Maoshan immortal ancestor and the others were about to attack Yu and the others. How could that be a misunderstanding? In fact, Lin Ling and the others had seen them when they left the island. However, after becoming intermediate gods, they could not be bothered with lesser gods. Who would have thought that they would court death? Are you going to leave the Tao realm on your own? Or do you want us to send you away? Lin Ling said indifferently. These two had died once last time. If they died again, they probably would not have much chance of survival. Lin Ling, give us a chance, okay? Do adversity, Star Sovereign. And the others were disgusted when they heard Lin Ling's words. They were going to die again? They had just left the island, and had already died twice. How could they go far in the Tao realm in the future? So you want us to send you away? Lin Ling shook his head. You've got guts. Do adversity, Star Sovereign cursed and committed suicide gloomily. He was taken away by the Tao realm cultivator. He almost cried when he looked at the Maoshan immortal ancestor. Heavens, he had just left the island and died before he could achieve anything. Damn it. Next, he also left unwillingly. The 7 fairies on the side trembled and lowered their heads. They did not dare to look at Lin Ling and the others. Of course, since they did not attack earlier, Lin Ling could not be bothered with them. Ha ha ha. After the 2 of them died, Sakura and the others walked toward Lin Ling and the others. They were extremely happy. I didn't expect everyone to walk out of the miasma. Lin Ling also smiled. He held Yu and Inuer's hands and found that their strength had greatly improved. Their talents were limited after all. They were not the reincarnations of gods. It was just that they had followed Lin Ling for many years and obtained too many treasures. This caused their cultivation to be forcefully smashed. In fact, even young Monster Lord and Sakura were the same. If they had not followed Lin Ling, the void of the 9 states would be their limit. Now they had stepped into the Tao realm. Although they could not be compared to the other ancient gods, at least they appeared on the same stage. Then anything was possible. Everyone chatted as they walked, roughly recounting what had happened. Emperor Yao? Yu and the others were very worried when they learned that Lin Ling and the others had offended Emperor Yao. The 5 Tao realm emperors. They had heard about them on the island. It was said that they were the 5 oldest emperors of the human race, and were extremely powerful. What's done is done. Let nature take its course for the rest. Lin Ling saw that they were worried, and could not help but comfort them. Haha, interesting. We've just left the island, and we've already offended such a powerful enemy. However, this is fun. After all, it's rare to come to the world of gods. It's boring if it's too boring. Sakura and young Monster Lord glanced at each other. Their eyes were filled with excitement. They were arrogant and did not like peaceful days. They preferred the years of battle. Of course, if they were alone, they would not dare to be so arrogant. However, there were countless experts in Leigong's hall, and Lin Ling leading them. With these powerful companions, they had nothing to fear. At worst, they would go to the underworld together, and reincarnate together. Chapter 46-43. Saint Guyi knew Lin Ling's future better than anyone else. Dong Huangtai had left him a letter, telling him to follow Lin Ling. Lin Ling would definitely become a god of war, who would fight against the will of the world. He even knew that many of the primordial gods in the primal chaos realm knew about Lin Ling. Emperor Yao was one of the 5 emperors, but he could not compare to the primordial beasts. So it was normal that he did not know what was good for him. Alright, since everyone has just left the realm of Tao, let's try to break through as soon as possible. Only after becoming a mid-god can we walk freely in the realm of Tao. Lin Ling brought everyone to the giant tree in the distance, and asked Saint Guyi to tell him about the cosmic beasts in the river. Wow, 3,000 Tao realm shards. We're rich. With these shards, our strength will be greatly improved. Sakura and the others were very excited after hearing the news. Their talents were not as good as Lin Ling's, so their breakthroughs would be faster in a way. Next, I will leave with Saint Guyi to help Xiaoluan and the others. You guys hide around here, and leave after breaking through. Lin Ling pondered for a moment before making arrangements. He had a feeling that Emperor Yao was eyeing Saint Guyi's Donghuang Bell covetously. Therefore, if Saint Guyi left with him, Emperor Yao would not be in danger. Alright, you guys go. We will wait for you here. White Maiden nodded, and so did Nanwu Fingyu and the others. With the 3 mid-level celestials, and the white water pure maiden strength, as a mid-level celestial, Lin Ling was relieved. After all, there should not be any experts on the island. A mid-stage mid-god should be enough to protect himself. After exhorting the others, Lin Ling and Saint Guy left without stopping. Saint Guy. After flying for about half a day, Lin Ling called out to Saint Guy. "My lord." Saint Guy immediately bowed. "Next, I'm going to enter a mystery land to ask some questions, so you have to protect me," Lin Ling said. Then he entered the square prison. Looking at the 4-sided stone steel floating in the air, Saint Guy immediately dragged it to the ground and found a quiet place to wait. Lin Ling appeared in the 4 corners prison. He looked at the ancient prison with curiosity in his eyes. Most of the ancient great gods in the Tao realm were reincarnated, but the ancient great gods in the prison had survived the calamity of the world's will. From a certain point of view, the ancient gods in prison were undoubtedly more powerful. Third Ghost Grandpa. A jade slip appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He looked through it, and was surprised to find that this ancient great god called Old San Gui was very mysterious. He didn't even know what kind of mistake he had committed, and why he was imprisoned. His cultivation level and origin were all mysteries. Seems like he's a difficult character to deal with. Lin Ling thought to himself. He took a step forward, and arrived in front of a prison cell in an instant. In the prison cell, an old man in his 50s was lying on the ground. He was sloppy and his hair was messy. He was singing an unknown song. This guy who looked like Taoist master of many treasures was Third Ghost Grandpa. Third Ghost Grandpa, I heard that you're very familiar with the Tao realm, Lin Ling said after looking at him quietly for a moment. Lord Prison, an esteemed guest, an esteemed guest. The old man suddenly jumped up and stared at Lin Ling in surprise. However, Lin Ling didn't believe him. He reckoned that this old geezer already knew that he would come. He said coldly, "I'll cut to the chase. I just want to ask you how to obtain more Tao realm fragments in the Tao realm." Tao realm? What's that? Third Ghost Grandpa opened his mouth, revealing his yellow teeth as he laughed. "You're courting death." Lin Ling snorted and controlled the prison's calamity to wreak havoc on Third Ghost Grandpa. Third Ghost Grandpa cried out in pain. "Lord Prison, please spare me. I really don't know what the Tao realm is." As expected, nothing worked. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he continued to use the calamity to wreak havoc. After a long time, Third Ghost Grandpa lay on the ground, exhaling more air than he inhaled. He looked like he was on the verge of death. What surprised Lin Ling was that even at this point, Third Ghost Grandpa's mouth was still very stubborn. It seemed that using force wouldn't work. "What do you need? I can do it for you. You just need to tell me the secret of the Tao realm," Lin Ling said. "Lord Prison, I really don't know. I really don't know." Third Ghost Grandpa knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. This old man was still pretending to be stupid. Lin Ling smiled. He wasn't in a hurry. He sat down beside the cell and asked indifferently, "Third Ghost Grandpa, tell me, what did you do to be sent to prison?" Facing this old man who was pretending to be crazy, Lin Ling knew that he couldn't be anxious. However, he would catch him sooner or later. Back then, I touched an old woman's hand and was sent to prison for no reason. What an injustice. Seeing that Lin Ling was no longer aggressive, Third Ghost Grandpa chuckled and sat down beside the cell. The two of them were separated by a cell. Touched an old woman's hand? That old woman can't be the Queen Mother, right? Lin Ling sneered. How did you know? Old Man Sang kept blinking, looking very surprised. However, he also explained, I didn't molest that old woman. She was the one who insisted that I read her palm. However, I said something unpleasant, so she threw me into prison. Is that so? Lin Ling naturally didn't believe Third Ghost Grandpa. Of course, I'm famous for reading palms. It's 100% accurate. I can divine the past, present, and future. I said that the Queen Mother wouldn't live for more than 3 years, and she was furious. However, the truth is that when the calamity of the worlds will comes, she won't live for more than 3 years. Third Ghost Grandpa curled his lips. Said, "Oh, since you're so powerful, why don't you read my fortune?" Lin Ling's eyes flashed. As long as Lord Prison doesn't mind my nonsense, I'll read your fortune for you. Third Ghost Grandpa chuckled, revealing his yellow teeth. Don't worry, I don't believe in divination. You can speak your mind. Lin Ling extended his palm into the cell. Third Ghost Grandpa took Lin Ling's palm and carefully examined it. However, at this moment, Third Ghost Grandpa's eyes quietly turned a strange green color. Although the cell suppressed most of his strength, he was still an ancient great god. His strength was still incomparably powerful. Lin Ling instantly felt a terrifying force enter his soul. It was as if an evil aura was invading his soul. This was soul force, and it was extremely powerful. Of course, compared to Lin Ling's soul force, this soul force was still much weaker. Firstly, Lin Ling's soul force even dared to devour the grim demon. Secondly, the cell also suppressed Third Ghost Grandpa's soul force. Chapter 46-44. However, Lin Ling was not worried. His soul force was strong, and he had the prison in his hands. Hence, he wanted to see what Old Devil was up to. At this moment, the evil energy was running amok. He thought he had hidden it well, but he did not expect Lin Ling to see it so clearly. Lin Ling even shrunk his soul force to a corner to prevent Old Devil from discovering it. Otherwise, it would be bad if he was frightened. TSK, this brat's soul is actually protected by a Buddhist power. TSK, amazing. Moreover, his soul is too pure. Looks like it has been tempered a lot. The underworld imprint. Heavens, this brat is dead. No, he should be someone who escaped from the underworld. Motherf *Ker. He even dares to provoke the underworld. If the experts of the underworld move out, they will definitely capture him. I'm afraid that when they take his body, he will be captured by the underworld god. This? Bodhi Testimony Divine Art? Impossible. This art is owned by the ancient giant beast patriarch Bodhi. It is the foundation of the universe's three extremes break. Why would he have it too? Could he be the patriarch Bodhi's disciple? Look at his past and present life. How is this possible? How is this possible? Why can't I see through it? I can even see through the heavenly Queen Mother. Why can't I see through him? What is his background? The more Old Devil probed Lin Ling's soul, the more shocked he became. In the end, he was even a little flustered. He could even see through the origins of the 5 emperors, let alone a mere Lin Ling. Brat, wake up! Old Devil's soul force suddenly erupted, creating ripples in Lin Ling's soul. Speak, why do you have the Bodhi Testimony Divine Art? Why can't I see through your past life? What kind of reincarnation are you? Old Devil roared angrily. Hee, you're asking me so many questions at once. How do you want me to answer? Lin Ling's voice also sounded in Lin Ling's soul. Brat, don't be too arrogant. Right now your soul is under my control. If you make me unhappy, I can destroy your soul at any time. Old Devil said fiercely. Tell me immediately why you have the Bodhi Testimony Divine Art. Threatening me? Lin Ling sneered. Don't get it wrong. This is my territory. I should be the one threatening you. You're courting death. Third Ghost Grandpa angrily roared. His soul dispersed like a demon, wanting to teach Lin Ling a lesson. That's what I said to you. Seeing that Third Devil Grandpa finally couldn't help but make a move, Lin Ling's sneer became even wider. The soul force he had been hiding before began to return, rushing into his mind. Boom! The surging soul power was like an ocean, instantly sealing off any space where the evil energy could escape, tightly wrapping around it. What? Is this your soul power? How is this possible? Why is your soul force stronger than mine? Old Devil Grandpa was completely shocked. Old Devil Grandpa, don't think that you're so great just because you're from the ancient era. Let me tell you, I've seen many ancient gods like you. That's right, I've seen many ancient gods like you. That's right, I've already seen Patriarch Bodhi. Moreover, in the Chaos world, there are several ancient gods who are watching me. Old Lord, you're nothing but a fart at best. Lin Ling said disdainfully. Who are you? Hearing Lin Ling's words, Old Devil Grandpa panicked. The more he listened to Lin Ling's words, the more he realized how terrifying the latter was. The latter had too many ancient divine arts on him. That's what I'm asking you. Lin Ling said coldly. Who are you? What do you know about the Tao realm? Speak. Are you threatening me? At worst, we'll break up. Old Devil Grandpa's soul trembled. Then, he controlled his soul force and crazily clashed with it. Unfortunately, he wasn't Lin Ling's match at all. Coupled with the suppression of the cell, he couldn't utilize his full strength. On the contrary, his soul had been sealed by Lin Ling, causing it to be difficult for him to return to his body. You don't want to speak, right? I'll imprison you here forever and destroy your soul. Lin Ling was not in a hurry to destroy Old Devil Grandpa's soul. He continued to seal him. This time Old Devil Grandpa panicked. Generally speaking, the soul could not leave the body for too long. Otherwise the body would be damaged. I'll speak. I'm familiar with the Dao realm. I'm familiar with it. Lord Prison, please let me out. As a condition, I'll tell you the secret of the Dao realm. Old Devil Grandpa hurriedly shouted. As a condition? Are you qualified to bargain with me now? Lin Ling sneered. He controlled his soul force to engulf Old Devil Grandpa's soul. Spare me. I'll tell you everything I know. Old Devil Grandpa panicked even more. Only now did he realize that the Lord Prison had lowered his guard and approached him on purpose to lure him into a trap. Now he was truly in a difficult position. He had been hiding in his body, and Lin Ling could not do anything to him. After all, he did not fear the prison's calamity. However, his soul had entered Lin Ling's body and been sealed. It could be said that Lin Ling had complete control over his life and death. If you don't want to die, you can. Open your soul, Lin Ling said at that moment. What are you doing to my soul? Old Devil Grandpa asked nervously. Open it. Lin Ling did not speak nonsense. His soul was filled with majesty. Old Devil Grandpa did not dare resist. He opened his soul and Lin Ling planted a soul mark. This soul mark was planted in the deepest part of Old Devil Grandpa's soul. If Lin Ling wanted Old Devil Grandpa to die, all he needed to do was destroy this part of his soul and form a soul storm that could tear apart Old Devil Grandpa's soul. This was similar to a martial artist swearing a blood oath. Get out! After planting the soul mark, Lin Ling angrily shouted and chased Old Devil Grandpa out. At the same time, within the prison cell, Old Devil Grandpa opened his eyes and bitterly smiled. He looked up. At some unknown time, the Lord Prison was standing in front of him, coldly looking down at him. I want to obtain the Dao boundary fragment. Speak, how can I obtain it? Lin Ling coldly said. My lord, where are you now? Old Devil Grandpa did not dare to resist. He looked like he was about to cry. Lin Ling took out a map and pointed in a certain direction. This was also the direction Lin Ling wanted to go to save Xiaoluan. Nearby. That's right, there is a mountain sea sage there. He is the incarnation of the ancient god of the Dao boundary. He is also one of the Dao boundary's obsessions. If I can find 3 sun-facing divine flowers for him to brew wine, he will be able to obtain a large number of Dao boundary fragments. Old Devil Grandpa said as he stared at the map. It was obvious that this person was very familiar with the vast Dao boundary. Mountain Sea Sage? Incarnation of the Dao boundary's obsessions? You're not lying to me, are you? Lin Ling frowned. Chapter 46-45. He still wants it. That means this Mountain Sea Taoist doesn't need it all the time. He will still satisfy it, right? Lin Ling asked. That's right. Old Devil nodded. I hope you didn't lie to me. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson when I get back. Lin Ling knew that there was no time to lose. He quickly left the prison. After leaving the square prison, Lin Ling immediately reported the news to Saint Yi. 3 sunrise divine flowers in exchange for a Dao realm fragment? Saint Yi was dumbfounded. That was too cheap. If that was the case, why would the ancient gods lack Dao realm fragments? Sir, we were the last to enter the Dao realm. The other gods entered tens of thousands of years ago. If there is such news, the others should know about it too. Saint Yi said suspiciously. I'm not too sure, but we happen to be heading in that direction. We'll know once we try. Lin Ling wasn't too sure. After all, that old devil was so mysterious. Who knew if he was lying? Of course, if Old Devil was lying, he would teach him a lesson later. Let's go. The two turned into rainbows and shot into the distance. The Dao realm was vast, even more majestic than the 9 prefectures. There were countless divine lands here. It was as if all the valuable divine lands were sucked in by the Tao realm after the end of the era. After flying through endless mountains and ancient seas, Lin Ling arrived near the Mountain Sea Taoist after a full day. Looking carefully, the Mountain Sea Taoist lived on a tall mountain. There was a Taoist temple on the mountain, and incense was burning. A long winding staircase crossed the endless mist and extended to the Taoist temple. Moreover, there were people walking up the Taoist temple one after another. It's so lively. Lin Ling and Saint Yi landed on the ground and were shocked. The Mountain Sea Taoist is an ancient god. I heard that he created the Mountain Sea divine scripture. Comprehending it can speed up the recovery of divine energy and increase one's comprehension of the Tao. After so many years, I encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation, so I came to visit the Mountain Sea Taoist. That's right. I heard that great god Qi Wu broke through here 300 years ago. Hehe. It was because of that incident that countless gods came here to listen to the great Tao. The Mountain Sea spiritual master was very patient and collected a Tao realm fragment from everyone who came to ask for help. That's right, that's right. We descendants have suffered a loss. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the front. It was very lively. As far as the eye could see, there were both young and old gods who had come to pay a visit. The old ones had the demeanor of a transcendent being, while the young ones were like children, but they were extremely powerful. Clearly, they were all famous deities of this era. Fellow cultivator, you don't look familiar. May I know your name? As Lin Ling and the Mountain Sea Taoist walked forward, some people also greeted them politely. They didn't neglect their greetings, because they knew that the deity of the Mountain Sea Taoist definitely had a powerful background. Only those who had cultivated in the Tao realm for tens of thousands of years would know where the Mountain Sea Taoist was. Well, my name is Zhang Wuji. Lin Ling randomly came up with a name. I'm Ouyang Feng. Saint Yi pondered for a moment before coming up with a random name. TSK. The expressions of those ancient gods changed. They had never heard of this name before. May I know which era the two of you are from? Another deity asked curiously. It was an old man. Hehe. Lin Ling smiled mysteriously. After the primordial era. The beginning of the primordial era. Wow! The primordial great gods were all shocked. They stared at Lin Ling, and the others with even more respect in their eyes. The beginning of the primordial era was before the primordial era. These two ancient gods had such a powerful background. No wonder they had never heard of this name before. Fellow cultivators, you are going to pay a visit to the Mountain Sea Taoist, right? You go first, you go first. The crowd stepped aside and politely invited Lin Ling and the Mountain Sea Taoist to go first. That's fine too. Lin Ling and Saint Yi looked at each other and were tongue-tied. They didn't want to reveal their identities, and just casually said that. But to think that these deities would be so courteous. However, it would be a waste if they didn't accept this gift. Thank you, fellow cultivators. Lin Ling led Saint Yi up the stairs. The deities behind them were still discussing. Although Lin Ling and the Mountain Sea Taoist's strength was average, their background was too big. They probably knew many people. It was best not to offend such people if possible. Moreover, they were in the Mountain Sea Taoist's temple. This explained a lot. After all, the Mountain Sea Taoist was very ancient. No one knew his exact background. The only thing the deities knew was that this deity seemed to have appeared here when the Tao realm was still around. Lin Ling and the Mountain Sea Taoist passed by smoothly. Although the ancient gods on the stairs didn't know what was going on, they all stepped aside to let them pass. They thought that Lin Ling and the Mountain Sea Taoist had a powerful background, so they also stepped aside to let them pass. Could they be from the 5 emperors? After Lin Ling and the Mountain Sea Taoist left, the ancient gods began to discuss spiritedly. At the top of the mountain, a ray of sunlight shone, and an ancient temple appeared in front of them. The smell of sandalwood floated in the air. There were many people standing in front of the door. Mountain Sea Taoist, please take a look at the Mountain Sea Divine Manual. An ancient deity bowed and said, 3 Tao realm fragments. An ancient voice floated out from the temple. 3. Isn't that 1 Tao realm fragment? The expression of the ancient god at the door changed drastically. I said 3, so it's 3. However, the voice in the temple was full of impatience. All right. The deity nodded helplessly. He didn't dare to slight the Mountain Sea Taoist, because not only was his background mysterious, but he was also extremely powerful. Following that, the deity also entered the Taoist temple and disappeared. Mountain Sea Taoist, can I take a look at the 3 Heavenly Tao Transformations Sacred Manual? Another voice sounded. It was a woman. 10 Tao Realm Fragments. A voice came from the Taoist temple, causing the woman to suck in a cold breath. 10 Tao Realm Fragments, this was not a small number. So expensive. The woman was obviously reluctant. You don't have to take a look. However, a disdainful voice came from the temple. Well, Mountain Sea Taoist, can you use other treasures as a replacement? I have a Tianyo Divine Needle here. It's a chaos treasure. Can it be used as a replacement for the Tao Realm Fragments? The woman pondered and then asked. Get lost. However, the Taoist temple immediately sent out an order to chase the guest away without any consideration. Okay. 10 Tao Realm Fragments. The woman's expression changed. She was looking for the 3 Heavenly Tao Transformations Sacred Manual to comprehend the Great Tao and break through to the next realm. How could she be chased away? Get lost. A powerful aura spread out, sweeping up a strong wind and taking the woman away. The woman was a middle-stage middle deity, but she still couldn't resist. At this moment, the ancient deities outside the temple were shocked. They had heard that the Mountain Sea Taoist was difficult to deal with, and now that they saw it, it was true. He really can't be offended. A few whispers beside Lin Ling floated out. Chapter 46-46. Of course, from another perspective, he could be considered an ancient god. After all, even Lin Ling's avatar had a consciousness, let alone a Tao Realm cultivator's will. Interesting? You're saying the Mountain Sea Jinren is interesting? Next to him, a young man looked at Lin Ling in shock. Then he said with disdain, Where did you come from? Is this your first time visiting Mountain Sea Jinren? You're really blind. He saw that Lin Ling was young and unfamiliar, so he did not think much of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling ignored him. Instead, he smiled at Sheng Yi. If the Mountain Sea Jinren is really here, then things will be easier. I hope it's not too late. He had heard from Old Devil that the Mountain Sea Jinren needed the Sunward Divine Flower. But there was a limit to the number. If Lin Ling was late, then the Mountain Sea Jinren would not need the Sunward Divine Flower. Old Devil had also mentioned this in advance. Therefore, if the Mountain Sea Jinren did not want it, Lin Ling would not teach Old Devil a lesson. Yes, it's good to have such a person. Sheng Yi nodded with a smile. He had thought that the Mountain Sea Jinren did not exist. Did the two of you hear me? I'm Emperor Shun's man. The young man's face turned ugly. The two of them were ignoring him. He was a god from the age of gods. Even the ancient gods had to give him face. However, Lin Ling was still talking to Sheng Yi, ignoring him. In Lin Ling's eyes, this person must be sick in the head. They were talking, but this person was nagging. Was he trying to find out if he was more familiar with the Mountain Sea Jinren? Who are the two of you? The young man was furious. Si Lu Xing, lower your voice. Don't disturb the Mountain Sea Jinren. At this time, someone reminded him softly. Then, he looked coldly at Lin Ling and Sheng Yi. The two of you are too much. Si Lu Xing is kind enough to remind you, but you don't recognize his kindness. You should know that Si Lu Xing is one of the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper. He's the god of Emperor Shun. It's your fortune that he reminded you. Apologize. Remind me? This time, Lin Ling and Sheng Yi couldn't help but laugh. Was this young man also a reminder? He was showing off how knowledgeable he was. Speaking of which, what we say has nothing to do with you. If we think that the Mountain Sea Jinren is only SOSO, that's our business. If you think that the Mountain Sea Jinren cannot be blasphemed, that's your business. In the end, we will be the ones who will be chased away. So what are you worried about? Lin Ling couldn't help but look at the Silu Star Lord and ask. After that person's reminder, he suddenly recalled that among the 6 celestial lords of the Southern Dipper, that Du Xing Star Lord seemed to be one of them. 6 star monarchs represented 6 people, You. Seeing Lin Ling speak so rudely, the Sea Lu Star Lord was even more enraged. Terrifying divine essence emanated from his body. Sea Lu Star Sovereign, don't behave atrociously here. However, the god beside him immediately reminded him, causing the Sea Lu Star Monarch to snort coldly and forcefully retract his aura. However, it was clear that his anger had not subsided. Don't bother about them. They will know what's good for them later. That god comforted him again. And only then did the Sea Lu Star Lord's anger dissipate. As time passed, it was gradually their turn. They all mentioned that they wanted to comprehend the Mountain Sea Sutra and hand it over a Tao state fragment. However, they didn't enter the Taoist temple. Instead, they waited at the entrance with cold smiles. In reality, they were quietly waiting for Lin Ling and the rest to embarrass themselves. They wanted to see how Lin Ling and the rest would treat the Mountain Sea Jinren, and whether he was as arrogant as he claimed to be. Not long after, it was finally Lin Ling and the rest's turn. The two of them stood at the entrance and looked indifferently inside. However, the inside of the entrance was a vast expanse of white and very mysterious. What Mountain Sea Sutra? I don't want it. I want the Tao state fragment. After looking quietly for a while, Lin Ling didn't see anything, so he simply went straight to the point. After all, he wasn't here for the Mountain Sea Sutra. In fact, he wasn't interested in it at all. The only thing that interested him was the Tao state fragment, so he went straight to the point. What? As soon as he said that, the surrounding god's jaws dropped to the ground. The Sea Lu Star was even more tongue-tied and almost laughed out loud. Previously, a certain lady was unwilling to part with the Tao state fragment and bargain for it. In the end, she was immediately chased away. Even if she was willing to hand over the Tao state fragment, the Mountain Sea Jinren didn't want it anymore. Looking at the two of them now, they were about to enter the Tao state fragment. Damn. Do you know how to spell the word death? The Taoist temple quietened down as an oppressive storm brewed. I have 3 sunward divine flowers here. How about this? I'll exchange 1 flower for 3,000 Tao state fragments. What do you think? At this moment, Lin Ling waved his hand and took out the sunward divine flowers that he had prepared beforehand. The sunward divine flower wasn't something precious. It was a very ordinary existence. Therefore, the Sea Lu Star almost laughed again. 3 sun-facing divine flowers in exchange for 3,000 Tao realm fragments. You've eaten too much food. Just you wait. These two are going to be kicked off the mountain. The Sea Lu Star said to the god beside him. That god immediately smiled sinisterly and waited for a good show. Even the gods beside the door started to count down silently. Would they be swept off the mountain by the strong wind? Or would the Mountain Sea Jinren kick them off the mountain? After so many years, you are the first to bring a sunward divine flower to me. At this moment, a low voice came from the Taoist temple. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. He was a little excited. This meant that they were the first batch, and the Mountain Sea Jinren still wanted the sunward divine flower. Laughing? Are you stupid? However, the Sea Lu Star had the opposite view. After so many years, this was the first time. This meant that these two were really stupid. They were the stupidest in many years. You want to exchange 1 sunward divine flower for 3,000 Tao state fragments? That's impossible. At this moment, the Mountain Sea Jinren's voice came again. It was as if he had sentenced Lin Ling to death. This time Lin Ling and the rest frowned. They weren't worried about being chased off. Instead, they felt that 1 sunward divine flower couldn't be exchanged for any Tao state fragments. 1 sunward divine flower for at least 5,000. However, just as Lin Ling frowned, the Taoist temple spoke again. 1 sunward divine flower for 5,000 Tao state fragments? The Sea Lu Star and the other gods' ears dropped to the ground. They were afraid that they had heard wrongly. What a joke! That kind of trash weed was worth 5,000 Tao state fragments. One had to know that just viewing the Mountain Sea Sutra required 10 Tao state fragments. The classic of mountains and seas was many times more valuable than the divine flower of weeds. This Mountain Sea Jinren, are you stupid? After the Sea Lu Star recovered from his shock, he suddenly shouted into the depths of the Taoist temple. His voice was hysterical, and he was about to go crazy. This was too unfair. You said I'm stupid? From the Taoist temple, the mountain Xizhenren's voice was mixed with anger. Aren't you stupid? Trash weed. Is it worth 5,000 Tao state fragments? If it's 3, it's 15,000. I can find a basket of such weeds. The Silu star roared again. He was obviously going crazy. The Taoist temple was silent for a moment. Then a huge foot suddenly pressed down. Chapter 46-47. How dare you call me an idiot in my territory? Impudent. A majestic voice rang out. A dignified voice rang out, causing the expressions of the gods outside the door to change drastically. And they didn't dare to utter a single word. To be honest, if the Silu star had not been kicked away, they would have lost their minds out of anger. That was because it was too unfair. 3 sun-facing divine flowers in exchange for 15,000 Tao state fragments? Even giving them money would not be so ridiculous. My 2 young friends, come in. At this time a kind voice rang out. Lin Ling and Sheng Yi looked at each other and strode into the Taoist temple. After they entered, it was as if they had stepped through a time tunnel. The white space from before disappeared, and everything in the Taoist temple became clear to them. The Taoist temple was very ordinary. There was an incense burner burning with sandalwood, a futon on the ground, and a huge table enshrined an old man. He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Ling and Sheng Yi with a smile. Even the deities standing outside the door saw this scene, and they were dumbfounded. Countless ancient deities had visited the Taoist temple over the years, but very few of them had the chance to meet the mountain Xizhenren. If not for the 2 young men, they would not have the chance to meet him in their lifetime. However, 3 sun-facing divine flowers were enough to meet the mountain Xizhenren. This was too strange. My young friend, where are the sun-facing divine flowers? The mountain Xizhenren asked with a smile. It seemed like he was even more anxious than Lin Ling and Sheng Yi. Where are the Tao state fragments? Lin Ling asked calmly. Yes, they are here. The mountain Xizhenren threw a cloth bag, and Sheng Yi quickly picked it up and checked it carefully. During this process, the mountain Xizhenren rubbed his hands and looked at Lin Ling and Sheng Yi with a smile. The deities standing outside the door were dumbfounded. Why did it feel like the mountain Xizhenren was the one asking for a favor, and not the 2 young men? Could it be that the 3 sun-facing divine flowers were extraordinary and had a powerful background? My lord, you have 15,000 Tao state fragments. At this time, Sheng Yi looked at Lin Ling and said, Do you want more? Lin Ling nodded and looked at Mountain Sea Sage. However, he was also extremely excited. The number of Tao realm fragments he had obtained this time was even more than the number of cosmic beasts he had captured. No, 3 is enough. The Mountain Sea Taoist waved his hand and looked at the sunward divine flower in his hand. The more he looked at it, the happier he became. Could it be that the 3 sun-facing divine flowers really have a powerful background? I think so. Reverend Mountain Sea is such a huge figure. If it wasn't a real treasure, how could he be moved? That's right. I reckon that the 3 sunward divine flowers can help you comprehend the great Tao. The Mountain Sea Taoist has been waiting for these 3 flowers for a long time. Outside the gate, the gods were discussing spiritedly. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. They wanted to know what the 3 sun-facing divine flowers were for. Haha, it's time to brew wine. I've heard that the demon essence Adumbra wine brewed with the sunward divine flower is the most delicious. It's a top-grade wine in the god realm. At this time, Taoist Shan Hai could not help but shout. He smiled and placed the 3 sun-facing divine flowers into the wine jar. Soak the wine. Outside the gate, the gods almost fainted. Just to brew wine. He used 3 sunward divine flowers to exchange for it. This Taoist Shan Hai must be crazy. For a moment, all the ancient gods were dumbfounded. They looked at Lin Ling and the others who were leaving calmly. Previously, Lin Ling had already asked Taoist Shan Hai if he still needed the flowers. Taoist Shan Hai said no, so there was no need for them to stay. My 2 friends, are the 3 sunward divine flowers. You have really ordinary sunward divine flowers? Although these divine flowers can be used to refine pills, they are everywhere on the mountain. They are very ordinary. Someone asked Lin Ling and Taoist Shan Hai. Lin Ling glanced at the person and did not hide anything. They are just ordinary sunward divine flowers. Do you think they are some kind of treasure? Ah! Hearing this, the god's eyes turned red, and so did the others. It turned out that it was so easy to get a Tao state fragment. It was as if they had delivered it to their doorstep. But why had they not heard of such a convenient thing, after being in the Tao state for so many years? Thank you, my friend. The god did not intend to ask any more questions. He immediately ran down the mountain. The other ancient gods were stunned. Then, they came to their senses, and immediately went down the mountain. Their purpose was naturally to ask about the sunward divine flowers. Looking at the crazy ancient gods, Lin Ling was speechless. Although the sunward divine flowers could be exchanged for Tao state fragments, they only needed 3 flowers. If they really wanted more, why wait for them? Lin Ling would have collected a lot of them. This Taoist Shanghai is so strange. Sheng Yi shook his head and said, after all, it is an obsession of the Tao state. It looks like a human, but it is not a human. However, it has its own consciousness. I wonder if it will become a human in the future. Lin Ling nodded. The two of them walked down the winding stairs and looked around. At this moment there was chaos at the foot of the mountain. The gods were panicking. It turned out that someone had announced the news, causing everyone's eyes to turn red. 1 sunward divine flower for 5,000 Tao state fragments. To be honest, no one would not care. Because in the Tao state, even 1 Tao state fragment was difficult to obtain, let alone 5,000. It's you guys! Suddenly someone stopped Lin Ling and the others. It was the Sea Lu Star Lord who had been kicked down the mountain. Now there was a clear footprint on his white robe. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling, he was instantly enraged. Oh, it's you. However, compared to the Du Xing Star Lord, you are much stronger. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and glanced over. He sensed that the Sea Lu Star Lord was only an early-stage middle god. To him, he was not a strong opponent. You know the Calamity Crossing Star Lord, but don't think that I will give him face just because I know him. You made me lose face just now. I will take revenge. Give me your arm, I will break it. The Sea Lu Star Lord said coldly. He had a good plan. First, he would break Lin Ling's arm. Then he would kill Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling was taken away by the Tao state, his arm would be broken. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. Break my arm. Lin Ling and Sheng Yi looked at each other, and couldn't help but laugh. The two of them were the top experts in Lei Gong's hall. Lin Ling was needless to say. With 7 Dantians merged, only 10% of early-stage middle gods were his match. As for Sheng Yi, he was even more perverse. Not many mid-stage middle gods could stop him. Sea Lu Star Lord, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and find the sunward divine flower. 1 sunward divine flower can be exchanged for 5,000 Tao state fragments. Suddenly, someone shouted at the Sea Lu Star Lord. Realm Earth Lord. The Sea Lu Star Lord obviously knew that ancient god. It's the two of them. I saw them exchange for 15,000 Tao state fragments with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. In the distance, that god left behind a sentence and shot into the distance. Chapter 46-48. This caused his eyes to be filled with greed. However, he ultimately wanted more, so he immediately asked, Did you guys exchange for 10,000 Dao realm fragments earlier? How dare you lie to me? You're dead. Indeed. Lin Ling nodded. It's true. The Si Lu star almost roared at the sky. He ignored Lin Ling and Saint Yi and went to search for the sunward divine flower. What an idiot. Although I exchanged for Dao state fragments, it doesn't mean you can do the same. Lin Ling shook his head as he watched the Si Lu star fly away like a madman. He then left with Saint Yi. After they left, they didn't go far. Instead, they found a quiet mountain range and sat down cross-legged. Now that they were going to help the Kurishin and the others, they wanted to improve their strength. After all, with so many people trying to capture the realm's consciousness, they would have to face powerful opponents. Saint Yi, let's split these Dao state fragments. After sitting down, Lin Ling looked at Saint Yi. Sir, there's no need. I have the Donghuang bell. I don't need to improve my skills. Saint Yi waved his hand. This secret was found by Lin Ling, and he didn't do anything. How could he ask for it? How about this? You take 5,000 and use it to exchange for treasures to improve your cultivation. The remaining 10,000 Dao state fragments will belong to me. What do you think? Lin Ling suggested. All right. Saint Yi didn't dare to disobey Lin Ling when he saw that Lin Ling wanted him to accept it. After Lin Ling handed over the 5,000 Dao state fragments, he took out his celestial Dao throne and started searching. What he wanted to improve now was his various talents. Rumble. Lin Ling entered the white space again. A huge stone tablet sat there with a large number of words on it. Finally, he locked onto a Dao law called the 100 Rivers Converge Lin Ling
to
was
the
also
sea.
shocked by
This
the
was
aura,
formed from
but he knew
Xiantian
that he
origin
definitely
essence,
could not avoid
and
it.
it could improve the
Otherwise,
talents
he
of
would
all
have
gods.
wasted 10,000
It was very
Dao realm
expensive,
fragments,
and it cost
he immediately
10,000
sat down
state
cross-legged
fragments
as
each
his
time.
7 dantians revolved at the same time.
Lin Ling was
Various
astonished.
great talents
Just how
also
many
appeared
primordial
around him.
treasures had
the
this
2
Dao
dragons
realm
master
roared.
collected.
The chaos
He
swallowed
actually
the
had
heavens
this
and
kind
the
of
earth.
innate origin
The
essence.
Vajrabodhi suppressed
After the Dao
arts.
realm fragment
The evil ghost
disappeared,
jellyfish flew.
Lin Ling sensed
The left
that he had been
flaming
brought
lightning,
into a
the
mysterious
right flaming
space.
lightning.
Up in the
Lin
sky,
Ling was like a
the
god
surging
descending
sea was
to the
being
mortal
blocked
world.
by a layer of
Boom.
membrane. Suddenly,
However,
a roar
the
resounded.
sea was extremely
Lin Ling's
tyrannical.
mind was covered
As
with
it
a layer of
surged,
water.
it emitted an
Then,
endless amount of
he
mist.
realized that the surging
Streaks of
seawater
divine
had
light
actually
also
rushed
appeared
into
in the
his
sky
mind
above
from
the
the top
sea,
of his head,
forming an
looking at the
extremely
sky
beautiful
again.
scene.
The terrifying
10,000
seawater
Dao
had
realm
turned into a
shards in
hole
exchange for this
and
ocean.
continuously poured
Lin
into
Ling raised
Lin
his
Ling's
head
mind
and said with a frown.
Unexpectedly,
At this moment,
not even a drop
the
of
sky
seawater
seemed to
splashed
shatter
out.
as seawater
It was
flowed
hard
in
to
reverse
imagine
like the
that a
Milky Way,
person's body could
crashing
contain
down.
so much
This was
seawater.
the true 100
Not to
rivers
mention that the
converging
place
into
where
the
the
sea.
seawater was stored was the mind. This sea locked
Boom.
onto Lin
Lin
Ling,
Ling felt
and
as if his
charged
soul
straight
was
into
about
Lin
to
Ling's
explode.
mind. Everything
This thing
disappeared in front of his eyes. Only endless divine light was blooming, and the colorful light continued to be swallowed and spat out. This feeling was similar to the last time, when the light of vitality used a powerful force to explode Lin Ling's body. Hold on. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and held on. Almost at the same time, his entire body emitted the sound of a tsunami. His bones, flesh, blood, and meridians were all resonating. It was like a divine sound. Beside Lin Ling, Shang Yi was also sitting cross-legged to protect Lin Ling. However, he also saw that a mysterious ancient aura was emitting from Lin Ling's body. He also instantly knew that Lin Ling was about to greatly increase his strength. Buzz! The divine sound continued to resound, resonating with his entire body, and even his soul. Gradually, the 7 great talents danced wildly, as if they had been poured into an endless ocean of water, and were growing at a crazy rate. Waves of ancient divine pressure bloomed around Lin Ling's body. The first to change was the chaos of the 4 great ferocious beasts. It broke through 2 grades and reached the 3rd grade of mid-god, increasing Lin Ling's powerful physical strength. Next was the supreme nether wind dragon, which had also reached the 3rd grade of mid-god. The human monarch's flame was at the 4th grade, and had completely reached its limit. It would be difficult for it to grow any further. The Thunderlock true body was also at the 4th grade, and had reached its limit. The heavenly dragon's bone and demon's great infernal body had both reached the 3rd grade. The slowest improvement was the Vajrabodhi, who had just stepped into the 1st grade of mid-god. All the talents had increased by 2 grades, allowing Lin Ling's physical strength to reach 9 million world force. On the contrary, the increase in his divine energy was not that great. However, if he fused the talents, the first stage would increase his divine energy by 1.5 million, the second stage by 3 million, and the third stage by the gray-robed Lin Ling would increase his divine energy by 4 million. In addition to the basic 9 million world force, his divine energy could reach as much as 13 million. Moreover, the third stage of the talent fusion would increase his physical strength to more than 10 million world force, which was a total of 15 million world force. This was 2000. Both his divine energy and physical strength had broken through 10 million. An ancient aura pervaded Lin Ling's body, making him seem like the 5 great mountains in Mount Tai, and also like the Big Dipper stars. Without a doubt, Lin Ling had completely stepped into the ranks of the strongest early-stage mid-gods. The seawater in the sky gradually decreased, and in the end, it completely disappeared. Lin Ling's mind closed again, but the 7 talents revolved around his body, looking majestic. "Come back!" Lin Ling shouted and retracted all the talents. At this moment, a light flashed in his mind, and Panga's strike appeared. All this time, when Panga's strike struck, Lin Ling could only cultivate split the heavens. But this time, his physical strength had broken through 10 million, allowing his physical body to become the universe. And he could finally use the second strike. Shatter the earth. Split the heavens first, then split the earth. This second strike was Panga's transformation into the ancient universe, which had absolute physical defense, and could ignore all attacks. Divine energy, physical strength, all kinds of universe poison, all kinds of illusions, and so on. It could be said to be invincible. The only thing that couldn't be defended against was the god's steps. Moreover, there was a time limit. For example, Lin Ling's third stage talent fusion had 15 million world force, and that invincibility would last for 15 breaths of time. Chapter 46-49. Terrifying. As expected of the great god Panga's cultivation technique, Lin Ling continued to comprehend the technique. He was shocked. It was really his luck that he was able to obtain such a cultivation method back then. Moreover, Lin Ling had practiced countless martial arts in his life. He had come into contact with all kinds of martial arts. However, the most domineering one was the Panga's attack. Ha! In his mind, the mysterious figure stood tall. His body shook and the wind of the ancient universe filled the air. It was this ancient power that formed an invincible defense. Relying on this absolutely invincible defensive power, this mysterious figure crashed through the endless universe, shattering the earth. No matter how strong the universe's defense was, it could not stop the great god Panga's attack. After an unknown amount of time, the aura on Lin Ling's body retreated and gradually disappeared. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. An ancient aura filled the air, causing Saint Guy to tremble. What a terrifying gaze. Saint Guy felt as though he had seen the most ancient beast. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, my lord," Saint Guy quickly said with a smile. "Hehe, the 10,000 Tao state fragments were well spent." Lin Ling also smiled. He was even more curious about the master of the Tao state fragment. In such a short period of time, his talent had increased greatly. Only the most ancient god could possess such a treasure. "My lord, your strength should have increased greatly this time." Seeing that Lin Ling was in a good mood, Saint Guy smiled again. "My strength has increased by 40%. Lin Ling thought for a moment, and did not hide anything. "Wow, 40%. This means that my lord is almost invincible among the early-stage mid-gods." Saint Guy trembled. He knew that Lin Ling was powerful, but he did not expect that Lin Ling's strength would increase so much. He did not know that Lin Ling had 7 dantians. While others' strength increased by 10%, Lin Ling's strength increased by 70%. Of course, the difficulty of Lin Ling's breakthrough was also 7 times more difficult than others. There were gains and losses. No matter how powerful he is, he can't be compared to you. You are the luckiest person in the world. Lin Ling scolded with a smile. His strength was obtained through hard work, but Sheng Yi's strength was obtained with a wave of his hand. Moreover, even if his strength increased greatly, Lin Ling still felt that he wasn't Sheng Yi's opponent. After being scolded by Lin Ling, Shengyi scratched the back of his head and chuckled. There is a limit to my strength, but there is no limit to Milord's strength. When I reach a bottleneck in the future, it will be difficult for me to advance any further, but Milord is still advancing. Sooner or later, you will reach the level of the ancient giant god. Who knows what will happen in the future? A martial artist's life is originally a long run. If you give up midway, then everything will be for naught. Lin Ling shook his head. He was never one to bite off more than he could chew. If he could raise his strength by 10%, then that would be that 10%. Let's go. After that, Lin Ling led Shengyi forward. Fortunately, his strength had increased greatly this time, and he was more confident in the upcoming battle. It's all because of you that we were so early. However, not long after the two of them started flying, several figures appeared in the distance and surrounded them. Upon closer inspection, who else could it be but the Sea Lu Star Monarch? When they saw Lin Ling, their faces were twisted with anger. Not long ago, they had carried a basket of sunward divine flowers to find the Mountain Sea spiritual master, but he had rejected them. They were so angry that they wanted to cause trouble, but they were all kicked off the mountain. They couldn't understand why Lin Ling and Shengyi could exchange for Tao state fragments, but they couldn't. You lied to us. The Sea Lu Star Monarch roared angrily. Damn it, kill this brat. The other ancient gods were also enraged. I never said that the sunward divine flowers could be exchanged for Tao state fragments. I only said that I could exchange for them. Lin Ling said indifferently as he landed on the ground with Shengyi. You still want to escape? Seeing that Lin Ling was ignoring them, the great lord of Jieshan was also angry. Escape? I just don't want you to die in the air. However, Lin Ling's indifferent voice came from below, stunning the Sea Lu Star Monarch and the others. What an arrogant tone. Although the two of them weren't weak, they had never heard of Lin Ling and the others. Therefore, they didn't care about Lin Ling at all. Moreover, there were only two of them. How could the two of them be so arrogant? Unfortunately, they didn't know that the two of them were indeed so arrogant, because they were the kings among the early-stage mid-gods. Where do you think you're going? The Sea Lu Star Monarch and the others also landed on the ground and surrounded Lin Ling and the others. I know that you are unwilling to accept this, but such a secret is no longer a secret if everyone knows about it. Lin Ling said calmly as he looked at them with his hands behind his back. Does that mean that you know many other secrets? Tell me, what other methods do you know of to obtain the Tao state fragment? The Sea Lu Star Monarch's eyes burned with passion. I'm sorry, but even if I know, I won't tell you. If you force me to ask, you will only be taken away by the Tao state. Lin Ling said indifferently. You're courting death. Great Lord of Jieshan, break his arm and show him some power. Don't kill him. I think he wants to use the Tao state fragment to escape. The Sea Lu Star Monarch shouted angrily as he warned the others. The primordial gods nodded, their eyes filled with malicious intent. The god called Great Lord of Jieshan said coldly, It doesn't feel good to have your arm broken by me, so I'll give you one last chance. Feel good? What kind of pain have I, Lin Ling, not experienced in my life? I'm afraid that you won't even be able to touch a single hair on my body. Lin Ling mocked. Back when he was ravaged by the underworld calamity, his willpower and soul power had been tempered to new heights. It wasn't that he looked down on these ancient gods, but their methods of torturing people couldn't even compare to a single hair of the underworld calamity. Shameless boasting, the great lord of Jieshan shouted as he stretched out his palm. A rumbling sound could be heard. Rumble! Countless rays of light flowed over and condensed in his hand, forming a huge ancient mountain. This ancient mountain was majestic, as if it was a divine mountain from ancient times. Are you afraid now? This divine mountain has won. If it smashes into you, your soul will be destroyed. Let me tell you something. The great lord of Jieshan is a mountain god from ancient times. The Sea Lu Star Monarch laughed gloatingly. Just a mere mountain god. I thought it would be powerful. Hearing the Sea Lu Star Monarch's words, Lin Ling shook his head. It seemed that he had overestimated these ancient gods. Flame Net Shield, Peach Blossom Tree, Violet Net Heart, suppress him. The great lord of Jieshan knew that if he didn't teach Lin Ling a lesson, this kid wouldn't be obedient. Moreover, he didn't like Lin Ling's calm tone. It was as if he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. Chapter 4650. Rumble. The sacred mountain shook violently, suppressing Lin Ling with a powerful force. The entire ground shook violently. Lord Jieshan's strength was indeed not bad. Even on Emperor Yao's side, he was one of the top experts. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling and Saint Yi. My lord, I'll do it. Saint Yi said to Lin Ling, no need. I also want to see how powerful it is. Lin Ling shook his head. Their conversation stunned the Sea Lu Star Lord and the rest. Facing such a sacred mountain, the two of them did not resist at all. Instead, they were discussing. Bang! At this moment, there was a loud rumble. The huge sacred mountain crashed down, causing dust to rise and the ground to shake. However, the Sea Lu Star Lord and the rest took a closer look and gasped. At the bottom of the ancient divine mountain, Lin Ling reached out with one hand and held the terrifying divine mountain with one hand. One had to know that this was 500. The power of 5 million Tao gods, 5 million realms of power. He blocked it with one hand. What's going on? Lord Jieshan's face turned green and red. He kept urging his divine energy to control the sacred mountain to suppress Lin Ling. However, he could not suppress it. Eastern Mountain, come. He shouted angrily and moved his hands slightly, using the mountain moving technique. Bang! Another rumble sounded. The sacred mountain increased its power by 1 million realms of power. However, Lin Ling at the foot of the mountain did not move at all. Western Mountain, come. Lord Jieshan did not believe it. He held his red face and moved the sacred mountain again. Bang! The ground shook again, but Lin Ling was still fine. This. The Sea Lu Star Lord and the rest panicked. It was their first time seeing such a terrifying early-stage middle god. North Mountain, come. Lord Jieshan's body trembled as he continued to move the sacred mountain. However, the northern mountain had exceeded his limit. It was difficult for him to move it. The mountain soul is too heavy. Lord Jieshan found it difficult to breathe. It was as if it had exceeded his limit. Sigh, I'm really disappointed. I've waited for you for so long in vain. Seeing this, Lin Ling sighed and shook his head. With a shake of his arm, the divine mountain in his palm was blasted into the sky. When it smashed down, Lin Ling lightly punched out. Boom! The divine mountain shattered and endless rubble rained down. Pooh! Great monarch Jieshan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground powerlessly. His face was pale as he stared at Lin Ling, as if he was looking at an ancient god. It was too terrifying. Not only had he blocked his divine mountain, he had even destroyed it with a single punch. Could it be that this young god's body was even stronger than the divine mountains? Let me ask you, if you follow this direction, whose territory is this? Lin Ling walked over step by step. I don't know. Don't think you can get anything out of me. Great monarch Jieshan shouted angrily when he saw Lin Ling staring at him. He was a great deity from the ancient era. So how could he easily compromise with a junior? Hee. Lin Ling laughed. He came in front of Great Monarch Jieshan and suddenly stomped his foot. Boom! Great Monarch Jieshan's right arm was forcefully crushed, as if it had been smashed by a divine mountain and turned into fine powder. Ah! Great Monarch Jieshan let out a painful cry. Although he could recover even if his body was damaged after becoming a god, it depended on who did it. If a powerful god attacked, it would be several times more difficult for him to recover. It might even be difficult for him to recover. No, my hand. Great Monarch Jieshan was in so much pain that he cried. No, your hand. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently with a smile on his lips. He stared at Great Monarch Jieshan's left arm. This also shocked the gods, especially Great Monarch Jieshan. He could not care less about the pain of his broken arm, and kept shaking his head. He said no. Lin Ling raised his foot and stomped on Great Monarch Jieshan's left arm. Crack! Great Monarch Jieshan's left arm also turned into powder. The bones, flesh, and blood all disappeared. Ah! Great Monarch Jieshan rolled on the ground in pain. He did not look like an ancient god at all. He was no different from a mortal. Go to hell. Then Lin Ling kicked out, and his powerful physical strength erupted. However, this concerned great monarch Jiashan's life and death, so a Dao realm light finally appeared and took him away. However, his departure was clearly a little too late. After all, his arms were already crippled. What about you guys? Are you arrogant enough to not speak? Or do you want me to cripple your arms? Then, Lin Ling looked at Si Lu Star Lord and the others indifferently. Si Lu Star Lord and the others trembled. They no longer had the domineering aura that dictated the life and death of others. This direction is Emperor Shun's territory. An old man said in a panic. All right, you can go now. Lin Ling nodded and asked. Is there a world will there? Also are Bai Shan burned heart, and the other forces there? There is a world will. I heard there's a place called Spirit Nation. You can go too. Bai Shan and the others are in that direction. I've seen them before. You can go too. Lin Ling let all the ancient deities who answered his questions obediently go. In the end, only Si Lu Star Lord was left. What else do you want to ask me? Si Lu Star Lord's eyes trembled as he said with a smile. Sorry, I don't have anything else. Lin Ling shook his head. No. Si Lu Star Lord knew that he was in trouble. No again? Lin Ling smiled sarcastically and said to Saint Guy. Cripple his arms and send him away. Yes, sir. Saint Guy nodded immediately. Then he looked at Si Lu Star Lord with a cold smile and said, Sorry, but one of your 6 Southern Dipper Star Lords, Du Xing Lord, was killed by us not long ago. You are the second. Du Xing Lord. Si Lu Star Lord's body trembled. He was suddenly very curious about these 2 people. Where did they come from? However, when he saw that Lin Ling had already walked far away, his eyes turned cold. That young man from before was very powerful. But this one shouldn't be that powerful. A chance to save your life in the Dao realm is more important than your life. You want my life? Sorry, you can't do it. Si Lu Star Sovereign's body exploded, and a huge mass of colorful divine clouds appeared. It was as though he was escaping with Si Lu Star Sovereign. In the distance, Lin Ling also noticed this scene and shook his head sarcastically. That guy is even more terrifying than me. As soon as he said that, the Donghuang bell came down from the sky. All the clouds were trapped within it, and there was no way to escape. What is this? How can it lock onto my luck aura? Impossible. A shocked roar came from within the cloud. Luck aura was a type of luck, and it was also the aura of fortune. It was usually invisible and colorless, and it was difficult to capture. Chapter 4651. Eastern Emperor Bell. Sheng Yi's hands moved slightly as he controlled the Eastern Emperor Bell. Under the Eastern Emperor Bell's seal, the Si Lu Star Lord's figure gradually formed. Next, his hands were destroyed by a violent force before he was taken away by the Dao realm. It would be even more difficult to recover an arm that was destroyed by the Eastern Emperor Bell. After dealing with these people, Lin Ling walked along the main road. He looked into the distance and smiled faintly. Bai Shan, Burned Heart, and Ding Xian are all here. We'll have some fun ahead. Emperor Shun, one of the 5 ancient emperors. This area is his territory. I wonder if he's related to Bai Shan and the rest. Moreover, Spirit Nation is also here. If we meet them, we'll be in trouble. Sheng Yi nodded and followed Lin Ling. In Spirit Nation, there are only 1 or 2 experts that we're wary of, other than the great god of Spirit Nation. However, the 3 sacred sects of Bai Shan have some background. Lin Ling said, I'm afraid that Bai Shan is related to Emperor Shun and the rest. If that's the case, we'll have a lot of trouble. Lord Lin Ling, what's the background of the 3 sacred sects of Bai Shan? Why are they targeting the world will hosts? Sheng Yi had always been curious, so he asked. He knew that the 3 divine gates were ancient divine gates of the primal chaos realm, and he was even more aware that the 3 divine gates had a very powerful background. But he could not understand why the 3 sacred sects of Bai Shan were so curious about the world will hosts. Actually, I don't know why either, but I've always guessed that the great god behind them might be related to the world will hosts. Lin Ling pondered for a while before revealing his guesses. Sheng Yi gasped. If that was the case, then it would be terrifying. Now that 7 of the world will hosts had appeared, the last 3 were still a mystery. and one of them was a magnate from the Chaos Realm. This news was too shocking. Don't underestimate the world will hosts. It won't be long before they rise. Lin Ling said again. Right now Xiaoluan and Longyang and the others were very weak. However, Lin Ling had a feeling that they would definitely rise. The two of them chatted as they walked, their speed not slow. However, the Dao realm was extremely large, with countless desolate mountains. Even after walking for an entire day, they still didn't reach the end. Looks like when Xiaoluan and the rest first came to the Dao realm land, it was also very far away from Lin Ling's island. During this process, Lin Ling and the others did encounter quite a number of gods. There were lesser gods and intermediate gods. However, they were wary of each other, so they only gave each other a quick glance before they left. It could be seen that Emperor Shun's territory was even more chaotic than Emperor Yao's. Saint Yi, look. After walking for a long time, Lin Ling pointed at a mountain not too far away. There was an enormous skeleton there, and it seemed to be the skeleton of a god. These godly bones were definitely rare treasures in the void of the 9 prefectures. Unfortunately to Lin Ling and the rest, it was just that. After all, they were gods too. However, what shocked them was that even gods had died here. They had used up all 3 chances of being protected by the Dao realm. This showed how cruel the Grand Wilderness was. Someone is coming. Suddenly Lin Ling frowned. Then Saint Yi also saw them. A rainbow flashed across the sky, and 3 figures, one in front and one behind, quickly flew across the mountains. The 3 of them didn't dare to fly too high, for fear of attracting the pursuers behind them. Behind them, divine light shot into the sky, and the earth rumbled as if there were divine beasts running towards them. South Pole War God, where can you run to? Leave your wife behind, and we will spare your life. A wild voice like thunder spread through the mountains and wilderness. Hee, wasn't the South Pole War God very capable during the era of the gods? Why are you running away so fast now? Trash. His wife is a famous beauty during the era of the gods. I've been jealous of her for a long time. Even I am tempted by what you said. Then in the mountains, a huge divine elephant galloped, chasing after the 3 people in front. Oh no, they are catching up. The 3 people in front were shocked, as if they knew that the calamity was near. Most importantly, they could leave the Dao realm. But they didn't. If we leave, we won't be able to meet in the Chaos realm. The man looked at the woman beside him and said, his eyes full of reluctance. Hold on a little longer. There are people there, and they seem to be very strong. The beautiful woman's eyes lit up, and she suddenly pointed at Lin Ling and Saint Yi. South Pole War God? At the same time, Lin Ling looked at the 3 gods in the sky. On the island, he had defeated an expert called the Earth War God. He probably had a close relationship with the South Pole War God. They should be one of the 5 war gods. The South Pole War God is a lesser god, about the same as the Earth War God. Saint Yi also knew about the Earth War God. Fellow Taoists, please help. While Lin Ling and Saint Yi were talking, the 3 people in the sky flew over and cupped their fists at Lin Ling. The 3 of them were a man, a woman and an old man. After landing, they immediately approached Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned because he hadn't agreed. However, at this time, the divine elephant galloped over from afar. Hee, I didn't expect the South Pole War God to have companions. But judging from their strength, they should be early-stage middle gods. On the divine elephant, a skinny old man said, his eyes cold. Brothers, how dare you interfere in the affairs of White Mountain? You must be tired of living. Westo Star Lord, why waste your breath on him? Just kill him. On the divine elephant, a god in cotton clothes and a straw hat said coldly. I heard that having sex with the South Pole War God's wife can condense divine energy. How about we see who can kill more? The winner will be the first to have a taste of that beauty. A bald old man also said with a smile. His eyes were red and green, and it was extremely magical. That's a good plan. It's settled then. After 3 breaths we'll attack together. 1. A man in a red robe began to count. 2. 3. As soon as he finished speaking, a man in a blue robe suddenly appeared in front of the divine elephant. With one hand behind his back, he punched out fiercely. This punch was mixed with the ancient aura of the great wilderness, suppressing the heroes. It was too fast. The ancient gods on the divine elephant couldn't react at all. Boom! With a loud boom, all the ancient gods felt the ground shake. Then, the huge white divine elephant was punched into a pulp. How dare you destroy my divine elephant? The first old man was stunned and furious. Boom! However, as soon as he finished speaking, another punch came. It was unstoppable. A five-colored light appeared at the same time, and the old man was taken away by the Tao realm. Chapter 46-52. A mere unknown god dares to kill me? The blue-robed man floated in the air and looked coldly at the crowd. And he was Lin Ling. The expressions of the remaining 8 ancient gods changed drastically. What powerful strength! They estimated that his power of divinity had reached 5 million. On the ground, the South Pole war god also frowned. So strong. He has the strength of a mid-level god. However, this person is too arrogant. He killed West Dipper's Star Lord without saying anything. This has completely offended Bai Shan. The most terrifying thing is that we won't be able to escape from this matter. Yes, we only asked him to stop Bai Shan's gods. We didn't ask him to kill them. I heard that Bai Shan's gods are very powerful. If he dares to touch them, it's equivalent to challenging Bai Shan. Brother South Pole, what should we do now? The woman next to him also said worriedly. Leave immediately. Although this matter has something to do with us, he was the one who killed them. Bai Shan will look for him. The South Pole war god said secretly. Looking at the 8 ancient gods floating in the sky, they were still looking at Lin Ling coldly. They were also secretly discussing and evaluating Lin Ling's strength. He killed West Dipper's Star Lord in one move. His strength is probably the best among early-stage mid-level gods. I guess so. This person can't be defeated, or will be at a disadvantage. Let Bai Shan's gods move out and kill him. They chatted quickly. Then, the man in the straw hat said indifferently, Your Excellency, Bai Shan won't let the gods die in vain. We'll remember this grudge. Think of a way to apologize to Bai Shan yourself. Let's go. After saying that, the man led everyone away. Go. You want to leave when you can't win? In the sky, Lin Ling laughed. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the man in the straw hat was furious. He said coldly, Then what do you want? Don't tell me you dare to completely offend Bai Shan. Your Excellency, you killed West Dipper's Star Lord with a sneak attack. Don't think we don't know. That's right. We still have 8 people. If we really fight, you should know who's at a disadvantage, so don't be shameless. The other ancient gods also said majestically. Bai Shan. Lin Ling's sneer deepened when he heard the ancient god's words. In the void of the 9 prefectures, Bai Shan had already sent out experts to capture Lin Ling. Now he still wanted to use Bai Shan to intimidate Lin Ling? What a joke. This level of threat doesn't pose much of a threat to me. He didn't plan on leaving anyone alive. Lin Ling's first stage of talent fusion appeared. The ferocious power of divinity erupted, as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. Rumble! The void was sliced apart. A sharp blood sword slashed over, and a sea of blood surged. In just one exchange, the god in the straw hat had fallen. Moreover, this person no longer had the protection of the Tao realm. He was completely dead. What's going on? This person can still become stronger? The expressions of the remaining 7 changed greatly. This time it wasn't a sneak attack. They even saw the god in the straw hat make a move, but he couldn't stop a single slash. That sword strike was estimated to contain over 7 million units of the power of divinity. This level of power, most likely, he was invincible amongst early-stage gods. Run! Without wasting any more time, they all fled. Donghuang Bell. However, Saint Gui had been waiting for them for a long time. Just as they moved, the most domineering Donghuang Bell descended. This made the ancient gods' expressions change drastically. They wanted to leave the Tao realm. However, the Donghuang Bell smashed down. They were obviously too slow. If their souls weren't destroyed, they would be taken away by the Tao realm. The entire process took less than an incense stick's worth of time, and 8 mid-level gods had fallen here. These 2 are so strong. In the distance, the southern war god, and the others' expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect Lin Ling and the others to be so strong. Moreover, these two look unfamiliar. I guess they weren't famous gods back in the day. But this level of power. The pupils of the silent old man also trembled. Let's go. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They turned into streaks of light and disappeared into the distance. At this moment, Lin Ling and Saint Gui joined forces to kill the gods. Then they strode away. My lord, the three people we saved earlier actually ran away without even saying a word of thanks. How rude. Saint Gui said. Not only were they rude, but they were also trying to frame us. Lin Ling shook his head and said, they approached us as soon as they arrived. Their goal was to use us to shake off their pursuers. During this process, they didn't ask for our permission. If we were weak, we would be in trouble now. Yeah. Saint Gui was enlightened. How shameless. Forget it. Let's go to Xiaoluan first. We're close now. Lin Ling paid no attention to the three of them. Because to a medium deity, a lesser deity was just an ant. The two of them hurried along the ground again. After a full day, a divine mountain finally appeared in front of them. Around the divine mountain, multicolored light was boundless, and there were thousands of auspicious colors. A layer of white mist shrouded the divine mountain, and it was very mystical. We're here. Lin Ling stopped in a forest far away from the divine mountain. Saint Gui looked into the distance and was undoubtedly surprised. Mountain? The place where Xiaoluan and the others first came from was actually a mountain, while we are on an island. It's not just mountains, I heard that there are also valleys, seas, and other places. Lin Ling smiled and explained. Xiaoluan was surrounded at the top of the mountain. This means that the Kurishan and the others are also on the mountain. I believe that the 10 orthodoxies and the Ox Demon tribe's patriarchs are also there. We're old friends. Haha, interesting. If they haven't come out of the mist, I wonder how surprised they will be when they see us. Saint Gui smiled and said with anticipation, as long as we can enter the mountain, we can help Xiaoluan. Moreover, I believe that the people on the mountain are all people who haven't made it out of the mist. They shouldn't be that strong. The difficult part is how to get through the mist. Lin Ling's eyes flickered and he pointed at the bottom of the mountain. Look, there are countless experts there. They haven't returned to the mountain, which means that there's no way to get back to the miasma. Also, if we want to enter the miasma, we will have to go through them. There should be many gods under Baishan and Burned Heart. We can't underestimate them. Fortunately, there aren't any late-stage mid-gods. I should be able to deal with mid-stage mid-gods. Saint Gui smiled as he looked at the bottom of the mountain. Lin Ling nodded. With his current strength, there weren't many early-stage mid-gods that could be his match. As for mid-stage mid-gods, Saint Gui could deal with them. Wait for me. I'll see if there's a way to enter the miasma. Lin Ling reminded Saint Gui before he entered the square prison. Old Devil. When he reappeared, Lin Ling was already in front of Old Devil's cell. Chapter 4653. Lin Ling looked at him coldly and didn't continue the topic. Tell me, how can I enter the miasma? Old Devil was shocked by Lin Ling's expression. He guessed that Mountain Sea Sage was no longer here, otherwise, Lin Ling wouldn't be so angry. Walking out of the miasma is simple. If you want to go back, Old Devil said with difficulty. Not going to say. Lin Ling spat out coldly. Say. Old Devil wanted to bargain, but because the matter with Mountain Sea Sage had failed, he was afraid that Lin Ling would be angry, so he quickly said it. I once saw a stone tablet in a secret realm in the Dao realm. It recorded the method to return to the miasma. In fact, returning to the miasma is returning to the nebulous primordial chi. Even the strongest ancient great god would get lost. But if you can light the 7-soul lamp, you can find your way out. You're lost. Old Devil didn't dare to hide anything. 7-soul lamp? Lin Ling frowned. It's the 7-soul lamp in the soul. If you want to light it, it's very simple. Sir, I can teach you. If you want to play tricks like last time, then kill yourself. I'm too lazy to do it. I don't dare. Old Devil was completely frightened by Lin Ling. He quickly taught Lin Ling how to light the 7-soul lamp. Fortunately, it wasn't difficult, and Lin Ling quickly learned it. Lin Ling didn't say a word and left. What a fierce Sir Prison! Old Devil was still afraid after seeing Lin Ling leave. He still thought that Mountain Sea Sage's matter had failed, which was why Sir Prison was so angry. In fact, he didn't know that Lin Ling was faking it. Old Devil was too cunning. If Lin Ling was too easy to talk to, then this old man might have some tricks up his sleeve. Sir. Inside the forest, Sheng Yi was ecstatic to see Lin Ling opening his eyes. I found a way to enter the miasma. Follow me. Lin Ling smiled at Saint Yi. My lord, you're amazing. Saint Yi's heart trembled. The Tao boundary was left behind by the ancient giant god. Even the 5 emperors wouldn't be able to break through its laws. However, Sir Lin Ling was able to do so again and again, as if he was cheating. Then, the two of them walked toward the sacred mountain. At the foot of the divine mountain, multicolored divine light soared into the sky from time to time. This place seemed to be the gathering place of the gods, and there were countless experts here. Some of them were Emperor Shun's men, while others were White Mountain's men. They were in groups of 3 to 5, sitting cross-legged on the ground and cultivating. Caught you. At this moment, several rainbows shot down from the sky, and the 3 of them were thrown down. These 3 people were the Antarctic War God, and the others that Lin Ling had saved not long ago. At the same time, Lin Ling and Sheng Yi also saw this scene. Speak. Did you kill West Dipper's Star Emperor? A majestic voice rang out, and a burly old man looked at them coldly. This old man was 5 meters tall, and his entire body shone with golden light. He looked like a giant Buddha. Behind him, multicolored divine light spread out from time to time. It was very terrifying. This meant that his talent must be above the 5th stage divine embryo. Senior, we really didn't kill him. We're innocent. The 3 of them clearly knew who the old man was, and they kept kowtowing. They knew that this old man was the Buddhist patriarch of one of the 3 provinces. He was extremely powerful. Back in the Age of Gods, he once transformed into an abyss of Buddhist light and devoured countless ancient gods. You don't want to talk, do you? Do you think that you won't die because you have the protection of the Tao boundary? Let me tell you, the Tao boundary only protects you in life or death battles. If I use other means against you, as long as it doesn't endanger your lives, the Tao boundary won't interfere. This means that as long as I attack your souls, even if you leave the Tao boundary, you won't be able to escape death. The Buddhist patriarch said coldly, as expected of ancient gods who had cultivated the Tao boundary for many years. They had already found many loopholes in the Tao boundary. The South Pole War God, and the others paled instantly. They did not doubt the Buddhist patriarch's words at all. We'll talk. The ones who killed West Dipper's Star Lord were 2 young people. One of them is very powerful, and the other controls the divine clock. The South Pole War God also said immediately, I already knew that you didn't kill him, because with your strength, you can't kill him at all. Next to the Buddhist patriarch, a middle-aged man holding a bamboo pole said calmly. He waved his right hand, and a stream of light flowed out, then turned into a large number of illusions. Are those 2 people in here? The middle-aged man asked the South Pole War God and the others. There were more than 100 illusions, and the South Pole War God and the others kept searching. Yes, they're over there. It's those 2. The beautiful woman next to the South Pole War God suddenly pointed at 2 illusions. These 2 were Lin Ling and Sheng Yi. At the same time, Lin Ling and Sheng Yi walked over from afar. Their eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. The 3 of them had harmed them last time, and Lin Ling and the others had saved them. Now, these 3 dared to betray Lin Ling and the others. How shameless. Who are they? The middle-aged man stared at the illusions of Lin Ling and Sheng Yi and frowned. They're some newbies who appeared in Emperor Yao's territory. Back then, they worked together to kill Patriarch Lei Tai once, so I remembered them. I didn't expect them to dare to touch our people. The Buddhist patriarch was from one of the 3 provinces, and he had a good relationship with Patriarch Lei Tai. That was why he had the appearance of Lin Ling and the others. Patriarch Lei Tai was the one who attacked Sheng Yi, and the others, after they left the miasma. If not for Lin Ling's timely help, the Donghuang Bell would have been snatched away. Do you really think we don't dare to go to Emperor Yao's territory? Inform the gods to set out immediately and capture those two alive. The Patriarch of the Buddha realm ordered. No need to look, we're already here. However, just as the order was given, a cold voice rang out. Two figures walked over slowly from afar. It was Lin Ling and Sheng Yi. The South Pole war god's expression changed drastically. He pointed at Lin Ling and Sheng Yi and said, Patriarch of the Buddhist Patriarch, it's them. It's them. I advised them not to touch White Mountain's people not long ago, but they didn't listen and even injured us. That's right. The woman beside him nodded repeatedly. They were undoubtedly very excited. Now that the two had appeared again, it was a good opportunity to attract the attention of the Buddhist Patriarch and the others. They could vent their anger, and the three of them had a chance to escape. Chapter 46-54. Lin Ling was expressionless, but the colder he was, the more the three of them trembled. They had all seen Lin Ling's strength. He was extremely powerful and decisive. This has nothing to do with us. The woman was so scared that she didn't dare to look at Lin Ling and the others in the eye. Goddess Wuxia, don't be afraid of them. With the Patriarch of the Buddhist sect here, they won't be able to do anything. The South Pole war god was also extremely afraid, but he still encouraged himself. Yes. The woman nodded and finally relaxed. Although these two were powerful, they couldn't compare to the Patriarch of the Buddhist sect. Moreover, there were countless gods below the sacred mountain. It was not their turn to be arrogant. Kid, are you the one who killed Patriarch Lei Tai and Western Dipper's Star Lord? Yes. At this moment, the Patriarch of the Buddhist sect was also staring coldly at Lin Ling. That's right. Lin Ling also stared at the old man. He was a mid-stage mid-god with a very high talent and strength. However, he was here with Sheng Gui. What did he have to fear? Back in Emperor Yao's territory, Lin Ling, Sheng Gui, and the others had massacred countless mid-gods. You also killed Patriarch Lei Tai once. You should tell me how I'm going to torture you to death. The Patriarch of the Buddhist sect said again. Patriarch Lei Tai? Lin Ling sneered. That old man who encircled and annihilated my subordinates last time? That's right, he did die in my hands. If I see him again, I'll kill him all the same. I'll kill him until he can't revive. Patriarch Lei Tai was only an early-stage mid-god. Lin Ling could kill him alone. You're really arrogant. Seeing that Lin Ling showed no signs of running away, the Patriarch of the Buddhist sect was secretly shocked. But he was even more determined to kill Lin Ling. He had a feeling that if these two young men didn't die, he would be in trouble in the future. At this moment Lin Ling said, Cut the crap. I just want to ask, do you really want to kill me? Ha ha ha. Do you think I'm going to kill you? The Patriarch of the Buddhist realm laughed out loud, as if he had heard the funniest joke in his life. Ha ha ha. At the foot of the sacred mountain, mocking laughter rang out. Although the two young men had extraordinary auras, there were so many gods here. How could they not kill these two gods? Of course. The ancestral Patriarch of the Buddhist sect finally said coldly after laughing loudly. The South Pole battle god, and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. The two of them were finally going to die, and they didn't have to die. Alright, I'll remember this. However, the most important thing right now is to settle the old scores. Lin Ling didn't stop. He walked toward the South Pole war god and the others. Fellow Taoist, you're looking down on us too much. Seeing that Lin Ling and the South Pole war god were getting more and more arrogant, a ray of light flashed over. Then, an old man in black appeared in front of Lin Ling. He held a sword in his hand and pointed it diagonally at the ground. He looked like he was going to stop Lin Ling. He was not weak. He was an early-stage intermediate god, a third-grade intermediate god fetus, and had the power of 6 million Tao gods. The power of 6 million Taos of divinity, even among middle deities, was considered a mid-tier power. These two immature little gods had probably just broken through to become mid-level gods. How much more powerful could their divine energy be? It's the green bamboo elder. He was transformed from a green bamboo, beside the Path River in ancient times. He spent 30 million years comprehending the path, and finally became a god. The South Pole battle god, and the others were a little excited. Get lost. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at the old man. He didn't stop walking and punched out at the same time. Ignorant child. The old man in black smiled disdainfully. The sword in his hand stabbed out. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the sound of the great Tao appeared. The sword emitted a green light and a hazy mist. It was as if the scene of a green bamboo beside the Path River had appeared. The sword instantly slashed out 6 million Tao gods' power. One had to know that when a lesser god broke through to intermediate god, regardless of talent, the most basic requirement was 1 million Tao gods' power. It was no wonder that the old man in black looked down on Lin Ling and the South Pole war god. Lin Ling and the others were new gods, so they probably only had a little more than 1 million Tao gods' power. It was possible that they only had 1 million Tao gods' power. Ignorant? Lin Ling's sneer deepened. He didn't use any moves. His hand grabbed out. His basic power of Tao gods was 7 million Tao gods' power. Coupled with his terrifying physical strength, 6 million Tao gods' power of Tao gods was just asking for death. The Path River scenery was destroyed by a single hand. The green sword was also destroyed. An arm landed on his neck. Crack. A crisp sound rang out. The old man in black's neck was broken by Lin Ling. Most importantly, he no longer had the protection of the Tao realm, so he was completely dead. Bang! Lin Ling threw the bloody head aside and continued walking toward the South Pole war god and the others. The entire sacred mountain was silent. Too fast. Old man Green Bamboo died too quickly. For a moment, even the ancestral patriarch frowned and didn't act rashly. On the other hand, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of the South Pole war god, and the others, looking down at them. The South Pole war god and the others trembled. They seemed to have forgotten to run or speak. It seemed like a short period of time, but they felt like centuries had passed. Finally, they looked up at Lin Ling. But at this moment, a terrifying soul fluctuation came. Last time, you came uninvited and forced us to help you. I already hated the three of you, but in the end, you are just ants. If you had stayed far away from me, I wouldn't have bothered with you. But who knew that you would dare to betray me? People like you can only die. This dignified soul energy entered their bodies through their limbs and bones. Then they felt that there was something extra in their souls. It was as if a bomb had been buried in their souls. With Lin Ling's current powerful soul power, not to mention reincarnated gods like them, even among the ancient great gods who were still alive, there were only a few who could surpass him. The South Pole war god's expression changed drastically. What did you do to us? The ancestral patriarch reminded me that the Tao realm wouldn't protect you if you weren't in a life and death situation. So I buried a killing intent in your souls. As long as you are 10 meters away from me, it will explode and tear your souls apart, making it difficult for you to reincarnate. Lin Ling said coldly. Don't. The three of them panicked. The ancient gods around them narrowed their eyes. Generally speaking, using soul power to control the life and death of the other party required a powerful soul power. Moreover, one needed to be more than 10 times stronger than the opponent. For example, it was very difficult when two gods were fighting. This was because a battle between gods of similar strength would instantly change. How could one use such soul power? Alright, you can all die now, Lin Ling said again. With a slash of his sword, a sea of blood surged. This slash could take the lives of the three of them. However, the Tao realm could also protect them and take them away. Chapter 46-55. Don't. The three of them screamed. This was the first time they felt so panicked and regretful after reincarnating. It was as if they had met with a calamity. Unfortunately, it was useless. The Tao realm had taken them away. The Antarctic war god's soul had been torn apart when he left the Tao realm. As for the other two, they would probably die as soon as they returned to the Chaos realm. Lin Ling looked at the ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist sect. Next, it's time to settle the score with you. Anyone who wants to kill my lord is an enemy of Saint Guy. There's no room for mercy. Only death awaits. Shengyi looked at them, his eyes filled with killing intent. Although you have some strength with just the two of you? The ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist sect shone with a blinding golden light. He still didn't think much of Lin Ling and Shengyi. Ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist sect, how have you been? However, just as the ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist sect was about to attack, a cold voice sounded. Then a divine light danced. Above the divine light, a dozen figures stood. All of them had the strength of a middle god. Their leader was dressed in luxurious brocade robes. He held a jade scepter in his hand and released an ancient aura. Jin Yushur, Emperor Shun's man. The ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist sect looked up and frowned. Like Patriarch Lei Tai, he was also a subordinate of one of the 5 emperors, Emperor Shun. However, this was Emperor Shun's territory. Most importantly, he had never been on good terms with the god holding the jade scepter. That god was called Jin Yushur, and he was extremely powerful. Last time you killed my people, I thought you would leave this place. Who knew that you wouldn't leave? Do you really think we don't exist? The man in luxurious brocade robes said coldly. The jade scepter in his hand shone with an emerald light. The ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist sect couldn't be bothered with Lin Ling. He stared at Jin Yushur and said, Jin Yushur, your disciple doesn't know how to behave. I'm just teaching him how to behave. Dying in my hands is better than dying in the hands of others. Shameless boasting. Jin Yushur was furious. He raised his hand, and the emerald scepter shone with an ancient divine light. This divine light contained the power of 20 million rays of divinity. Rumble. Before the light could reach the ground, the earth began to tremble. Some of the weaker gods were corroded and turned into pieces of jade. Most importantly, they were clearly heavily injured, but they weren't taken away by the Tao realm experts. This showed just how terrifying that divine light was. How dare you touch my people? On the ground, the tall patriarch of the Buddhist realm finally stood up. His entire body shone with a dazzling golden light. It was so dazzling that one could not look directly at him. Boom! He threw out a punch. It looked like a simple punch, but it also contained the power of 23 million Tao gods. Although it wasn't as powerful as the Rui scepter, the power of a god was simply too great. Rumble! Jin Yushur roared angrily. Kill them! The divine clouds were destroyed. The great ancient gods that he had brought with him all shot towards the ground, displaying their powerful attacks. Kill! The deities of the ancestral master of the Buddha realm also leaped into the sky and clashed with each other. 2 mid-stage mid-gods, and both of them have 20 million units of divine energy. How frightening! That's right. Once the power of divinity reaches 10 million, the power can already turn something rotten into something miraculous. It's as if the laws have been broken. I wonder which one of them is more powerful. At the foot of the sacred mountain, the spectating deities discussed animatedly. As for Lin Ling and Shengyi, they were also watching the great battle, their eyes flickering. Lin Ling in particular had a smile on his face. There was a hint of anticipation in his smile. Now that his talent had greatly increased, and his strength had skyrocketed, he also wanted to fight against mid-stage mid-gods. As for Shengyi, because he had a heaven-defying divine weapon in his hand, he didn't have much anticipation. After all, he was no match for mid-stage mid-gods with his true strength. Seal. At this moment, the Rui scepter in the sky shone even more brightly. Ka. The golden Buddha that was more than 10 meters tall was enveloped by the green light and quietly turned into a green stone. This was the power of Jin Yushur's 6th grade divine fetus. Break. However, the huge green stone suddenly trembled. Then, a golden palm slapped out and broke the seal. The power of a god is not weak at all. Jin Yushur's eyes flashed. Powerful divine energy had such power. It could break the shackles and change one's fate. It was said that the top ancient deities didn't need to be proficient in any techniques. They only needed to have a huge amount of divine energy. They could defeat 3 intellect with brute force. No divine ability could stop the destruction of divine energy. Boom! Soon the green stone exploded. A golden light soared into the sky and collided with Jin Yushur. The fan-like golden Buddha palm wanted to destroy the 9 heavens. Come out! Jin Yushir didn't hide his strength and went all out. He held the Rui scepter in his hand, as if he was holding a hoe and smashed it down. This Rui scepter was formed by his talent. His origin was also formed by a divine stone at the border of the world. Rumble. The two experts collided. The dazzling light was like the sun, causing the distant sacred mountain to tremble. On the sacred mountain, countless deities stared into the distance. They knew that a fierce battle was erupting at the foot of the mountain. Puff. At this moment, divine blood spilled, dripping onto the ground and corroding it. If one looked carefully, they would see that the divine blood was green. After the strong light of the sun, a figure stood in the sky. Blood kept dripping from the corner of his mouth. It was Jin Yushir. He was obviously injured and it was not light. Ha ha ha. Looking at the ground, the huge golden Buddha laughed loudly. Although his palm was also dripping with golden blood, it was obvious that his injuries were not that serious. Patriarch of the 3 provinces, Patriarch of the Buddhist realm, I underestimated you. Jin Yushir said coldly. It's too late to realize that now. The Patriarch of the Buddhist realm laughed again. Your talent may be powerful, but my divine energy is stronger. As long as I am not afraid of your talent, you are nothing. His gaze swept across and landed on the people brought by the Patriarch of the Buddhist realm. You want to take revenge on me? What a joke. You're just a bunch of weaklings. It's not the end yet. You're laughing too early. Jin Yushir said coldly. He gathered his strength and prepared for the second wave of attacks. Excuse me, the Patriarch of the Buddhist realm is my prey. Don't you dare snatch him. But at this moment a calm voice suddenly sounded. A young man in a blue robe walked out slowly with a sword in his hand. And he was Lin Ling. The foot of the sacred mountain instantly fell silent. The strength of the Patriarch of the Buddhist realm was obvious to all. Even Jin Yushir, a mid-stage mid-god, could not do anything to the Patriarch of the Buddhist realm. This early-stage mid-god actually asked Jin Yushir not to snatch his prey? He must be crazy. Who are you? An early-stage low god? You are no match for him. Get lost. At first, Jin Yushir thought that it was some expert, but then he realized that it was just an early-stage mid-god weakling. Chapter 46-56. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. You're my first prey. Jin Yushir is also injured. Let him rest for a while. I'll kill you first. The huge golden Buddha looked at Lin Ling and laughed loudly. He was going to attack Lin Ling. You're asking for it. Jin Yushir snorted. He thought that the blue-robed god would not be able to withstand a single attack from the ancestral patriarch. Lin Ling did not waste any time. He shot toward the ancestral patriarch. He was so fast that it was as if he was passing through the void. Not bad at all. The ancestral patriarch nodded slightly. He took a step forward and turned into a ray of golden light. He looked huge, but his speed was not slow at all. Boom! His huge Buddha palm slapped out viciously. 25 million units of divine power were activated. Lin Ling held the Tyrant Song sword in his hand. His blue robe turned gray, and an aura of nirvanic extermination filled the air. Around him, 7 great talents were displayed. It was terrifying. So many talents. Everyone was shocked. How strange. However, what's the use of having so many talents? Your cultivation level is too low. Jin Yushir was also shocked, but he still shook his head in disdain. Although a mid-level god was different from a low-level god, and early-level mid-level gods had a chance of defeating mid-level gods. The chances were very low. There were only 1 or 2 in a few million people. If one could not withstand 25 million units of divine power, then no matter how strong one's talent was, it was useless. Boom! At this moment, the 2 gods collided. The sword collided with the Buddha palm. Strong light bloomed and a storm swept out. Chi chi chi. The void continued to tremble. The 2 figures, one big and one small, were evenly matched. What? Seeing this scene, shocked voices rose one after another. Jin Yushir's eyes trembled. He could not believe the result in front of him. He had thought that no matter how strong an early-level mid-level god was, it would be difficult for him to defeat a mid-level god. However, in the blink of an eye, the young man faced him head-on. and was not at a disadvantage at all. How do you have such power? At this moment, the ancestral patriarch's expression changed. He sensed that Lin Ling's sword seemed to be blessed by the gods. He could not destroy it at all. This is a mid-level god? Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Previously, he had been observing the battle. In the end, he had concluded that the patriarch of the Buddhist realm was not as strong as he had imagined. Therefore, he had taken the initiative to challenge him. Without wasting any time, Lin Ling ruthlessly slashed out with his sword. Rumble! The patriarch of the Fo sex body shone with golden light as he struck out with his palm. Then, the two of them exploded with speed, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Looking at the ground again, it was riddled with holes. The people on the sacred mountain in the distance were terrified. However, they couldn't see the battle at the foot of the mountain. They only knew that the battle between the gods was fierce. You don't have 20 million divine power. You only have 10 million. How can you block my divine power? After exchanging hundreds of blows, the patriarch of the Buddhist realm also sensed something. 10 million units of godly power? He is only an early-stage mid-god. Upon hearing the words of the Buddhist patriarch, the sacred mountain was even more shocked. Lin Ling still held the tyrant song sword diagonally and sneered. Because I have the strength of 2,000. 2,000. His power of godly power was 13 million units. His fleshly body strength was 15 million worlds worth of power. That was 2,000. This was also the reason why he could fight against the patriarch of the Buddhist realm. However, no one knew what Lin Ling's 2,000 meant. Alright, it's time to end this. At this moment, Lin Ling sneered. He had learned a lot from his first battle with a mid-stage mid-god. However, it was indeed time to end this. And? You mean you want to defeat me? The patriarch of the Buddhist realm was stunned. Of course. Do you think I'm running away? Lin Ling retorted with disdain. Haha. The patriarch of the Buddhist realm was so angry that he laughed. This little god was indeed capable. However, he hadn't used his full strength. Being looked down upon by such a small god, his heart was filled with anger. I'd like to see how you can defeat me, eight-faced bodhisattva. With a roar, he activated his powerful innate ability. Bang bang bang. Behind him, 8 golden Buddhas, each more than 10 meters tall, walked out slowly. They were like 8 tall mountains or 8 bodhisattvas looking down at the world. With a single step, the earth shook. The golden light from the 8 bodhisattvas was blinding as it shot into the clouds. This is the patriarch of the Buddhist realm. Even Jin Yushir was sent flying by the powerful aura. He knew how terrifying the patriarch of the Buddhist realm was. At the foot of the celestial mountain, all the mid-gods narrowed their eyes. The patriarch of one of the 3 provinces was indeed powerful. Let's see how you can block this. Let me tell you, each of my 8-faced bodhisattvas has 20 million units of godly power. Your stupid 2,000 will definitely collapse. The 8 bodhisattvas spoke at the same time. They surrounded Lin Ling from 8 different directions. My lord! In the distance, Saint Guyi immediately shouted. No need. I can handle this. The flames of battle in Lin Ling's eyes burned even more fiercely. He wanted to test out the Panga strike. Ha ha ha, you can handle this. Let me tell you, you've been sealed in 8 directions. With your speed you can't dodge. You can only block it. So you can't handle it. The 8 bodhisattvas roared at the same time. Rolling Buddha palms slammed toward Lin Ling. Sorry, I didn't think of dodging. I just want to block it. At this moment, Lin Ling's angry roar made all the gods gasp. Block it. What an idiotic dream. One patriarch of the Buddhist realm might be able to block it, but there were 8 of them. Rumble. At the same time, the Buddha palms arrived and destroyed everything in their path. Earth-splitting slash. However, at the critical moment, Lin Ling activated the Panga's attack. Rumble. Under countless gazes, the 8 Buddha palms landed on Lin Ling. It was as if they could destroy the universe. But Lin Ling was as calm as a mountain. What's going on? Everyone's eyes widened. 8 bodhisattvas with 20 million units of godly power had attacked. And that little god had blocked it? How is that possible? This can't be real. At the same time, the 8 bodhisattvas roared like thunder. This was too invincible. It's my turn. Sky-splitting slash. Ignoring the patriarch of the Buddhist realm's shock, Lin Ling roared and slammed his palms down. Now that he had fused with his innate gifts, his physical strength had reached 15 million units. After using sky-splitting slash, it was as if he could really split the sky. Rumble. One of the golden Buddhas exploded, causing the other golden Buddhas to continue disappearing. As long as the patriarch of the Buddhist realm's true body was found, he would not be able to block Lin Ling's attack. Of course, part of the reason why Lin Ling could win was because the patriarch of the Buddhist realm had been slightly injured in the battle with Jin Yushir. Who are you? The patriarch of the Buddhist realm was wrapped in a 5-colored light and brought out of the Tao realm. You don't have the right to know. Lin Ling floated down to the ground and did not say anything. Even after the patriarch of the Buddhist realm disappeared, the entire sacred mountain was still silent. All the gods stared at Lin Ling, their eyes full of shock. They did not dare to act rashly. They looked at Jin Yushir again. His eyes were trembling, and he was silent. Even he could not defeat the patriarch of the Buddhist realm, but Lin Ling could easily suppress him. Chapter 4657. Jin Yushir could be considered as a reincarnated ancient god. He was knowledgeable and had comprehended the laws of the great Tao for many years. He had a deep understanding of the strength of gods. However, Lin Ling's previous move had completely overturned his thoughts. Of course, the others thought so too. They could not understand what Lin Ling was doing. He is Lei Gong Lin Ling. However, the silence did not last long. At the foot of the sacred mountain, a god suddenly stood up and looked coldly at Lin Ling. This god had obviously seen Lin Ling before. In fact, he had been curious since long ago. However, he was not sure because the Lei Gong Lin Ling in his imagination should not be this strong. And he was one of the 4 spiritual gods of Spirit Nation. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Yes, the sacred mountain was in an uproar. Some had heard of Lin Ling, but some had not. Those who had heard of Lin Ling's name were undoubtedly related to Bai Shan and the rest. You are Lei Gong Lin Ling? At the foot of the sacred mountain, a gale swept up. A figure formed by green wind appeared and looked majestically at Lin Ling. Mid-stage mid-deity, Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he sensed the strength of this person. Rumble. The divine wind blew, covering the sky and earth. It was like a huge black hole that constantly spewed out ferocious whirlpools. Some of the weaker gods exploded and died under the gale whirlpools. If not, they would be taken away by the Tao realm. The entire world seemed to be shaking by a huge hand. It was turbulent. Amidst the gale, a mountain-like figure was faintly discernible. He had 8 faces and a tiger's body and 10 tails. He was very terrifying. 12 ancestral shamans, Heavenly Wu, Witch of the Wind. On the ground the gods exclaimed, Thunder Lord Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to come here of all places. Ancestral shaman Heavenly Wu's voice moved with the wind, causing countless echoes. Lei Gong Lin Ling. In the southeast, another god rose to prominence, leading countless ancient gods to eye Lin Ling covetously. They were from Burning Heart. The Buddha god had ordered them to bring Lin Ling back to the primal chaos realm. But at the critical moment, Taoist Pure Sun arrived and disrupted their plans, causing them to return in failure. After Lei Gong Lin Ling entered the Tao realm, he disappeared without a trace. In the short term, it would be difficult for them to find Lin Ling. But they never thought that Lin Ling would actually dare to appear in front of them. With the rise of that great god, more and more ancient great gods appeared. There was Bai Shan Deng Xian, and so on. The entire sacred mountain was in chaos. Ancestral sorcerer Tian Wu? Like ancestral witch Chang Liang. He is one of the 12 ancestral witches. Moreover, the ancient witch ancestor is said to be of Panga's bloodline. Lin Ling looked ahead indifferently. Long before he came here, he had foreseen this scene, so he was not flustered. My lord, Saint Guyi also flew over and landed beside Lin Ling, looking down at the sacred mountain with surging battle intent. It's fine. As long as we can enter the miasma, we win. Lin Ling smiled nonchalantly. With a way out, Lin Ling was no longer worried. Otherwise, if he and Saint Yi were to fight against so many ancient great gods, they would not be able to win. Capture him. At this moment, the ancient great gods in the distance finally moved, erupting with earth-shattering strength. From afar, the sky was filled with experts terrifying to the extreme. This also caused some of the gods in Emperor Shun's tomb to gasp. Who is this Lei Gong Lin Ling? How could he cause such a huge commotion? Swoosh swoosh. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling led Saint Yi into action. Ha ha ha, Lei Gong Lin Ling, we've searched high and low for you, but to no avail. A powerful early-stage mid-deity was the fastest, and he let out an arrogant laugh. Fellow Taoists, this Lei Gong Lin Ling killed the ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist realm. I'm afraid he used some forbidden technique. Now he's just an ordinary mid-god. Another person shouted. Previously, Lin Ling had been too invincible, making them feel that it was unreal, so they did not dare to act rashly. However, they all felt that with Lin Ling's cultivation realm, it was impossible for him to control such a powerful technique. If he could use it, there would be side effects. Rumble. While they were lost in thought, the god who had spoken first was killed by Lin Ling with a single slash of his sword. Moreover, this person did not have the protection of a Dao realm expert, so his head was separated from his body, and he was completely dead. Although he didn't use that forbidden technique, he's still very strong. Everyone be careful. He's already trapped here and can't escape. Tian Wu was secretly shocked, but he also shouted loudly. Lei Gong Lin Ling, I advise you to stop resisting and come back with us obediently. I swear that I won't hurt you. I just want to ask you some questions. A powerful divine monk said calmly. That's right. I'm speaking on behalf of the Lamp Heart. The Lamp Heart will not hurt you, and will treat you as a friend. Another ancient great god said. Won't hurt me. Lin Ling sneered. Of course, he did not believe such words. He did not waste any time. With a slash of his sword, he sent one of the four spiritual deities back to the void of Jiuzhou. Looking at Lin Ling's sea of blood, the spiritual deity's expression changed drastically. He wanted to resist, but he could not do so. He had heard of Lin Ling's strength long ago. It was rumored that Lin Ling was the first mid-god in the void of Jiuzhou. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, it was indeed so. Lei Gong Lin Ling, I'll come in later. I want to see them take you away with my own eyes. The old spiritual deity said resentfully. Then he was taken away by the Tao state. However, he would definitely come in later to laugh at Lin Ling and gloat over his misfortune. Get lost. Lin Ling looked disdainful. The White Mountain and the other two sects were indeed related to the Spirit Nation. The spiritual deity was here, but they pretended not to see him. Go to hell. Lin Ling and Sheng Yi charged in the direction of the miasma, killing everything in their path. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you've just entered the Tao state. Do you really want to be the enemy of all the deities of this era? Seeing that Lin Ling ignored them, the deities were furious. You should know that if you resist us, you'll end up in a miserable state. You won't be able to stay in the Tao state again. Even the 5 emperors can't save you. The divine monk said coldly. Ha ha ha. Lin Ling flew across the sky and laughed maniacally. You guys think too highly of yourselves. You guys can't represent the entire Tao realm. Moreover, even if you can, I have nothing to fear from going against the entire world. His voice was like the ocean, spreading across the entire sacred mountain. Arrogant. Fellow cultivators, I don't think we should hold back anymore. Injure him, and take him away. That's right. He's like a cornered beast now. He can't escape. Voices filled with heavenly might floated out. All the mid-gods attacked. It was obvious that the White Mountain's 3 sects were indeed powerful. They had countless experts. My lord, I'll do it. Sheng Yi had long wanted to attack. Seeing the deities attack, he volunteered himself. Wait for the mid-stage mid-gods to attack before you attack. However, Lin Ling refused with a smile. He went all out and displayed all 7 of his talents. A blood sword with endless killing power rushed forward. Chapter 46-58. The moment his soul power appeared, the attacks of the surrounding divine energy slowed down significantly. Of course, the slowness wasn't that obvious. But to Lin Ling, it was enough. Die! The Quafu boots appeared under Lin Ling's feet. His speed seemed to have transcended time and space. At this speed, not many mid-stage mid-gods could catch up to him. Not good, he disappeared. The faces of the dozens of mid-gods changed as they witnessed Lin Ling's speed. It was as if time was flowing backward, disappearing and reappearing. It was too fast. Not only could they not catch up to him, they couldn't even lock onto Lin Ling with their divine abilities. Rumble. The sea of blood roiled as the steps of death infused Lin Ling's entire body's energy into a sword slash. An early-stage mid-god was taken away by a Dao realm expert. Next, second place. Third place. The five-colored radiance continued to bloom in the sky. It was incomparably dazzling, causing the gods in the distance to gasp. So many ancient gods joined forces, but they were all killed by Lin Ling. This Lei Gong Lin Ling was simply invincible among early-stage mid-gods. This Lei Gong Lin Ling is too strong. His divine energy, speed, and defense have all reached an unimaginable standard. Golden-winged great rock, I'll have to trouble you. The divine monk couldn't help but frown after witnessing the scene. He then said to a golden-haired man beside him, "The peace of the world will depend on the great rock lord. This Lin Ling is a person of the world consciousness. The Buddha god specifically asked to bring him back." Hearing this, the golden-haired man nodded. He's just an early-stage mid-god. He should be proud that he made me take action. But his speed is indeed fast. Unfortunately, I have the bloodline of the golden-winged great rock. With a flap of my wings, I can move 108,000 worlds. Down. As he spoke, he walked forward step by step. A pair of 100-meter-long golden wings appeared on his back. It's the golden-winged great rock god. He has made his move. Hee. Not only does the golden-winged great rock god possess the most ancient bloodline of the beast gods, he also has mid-stage mid-god strength. How can that Lei Gong Lin Ling block him? That's right, let's wait for a good show. The deities all stopped and looked at each other with cold smiles on their faces. So fast. Lin Ling had sensed at the moment the golden-winged great rock attacked. Not only was the ancient great god fast, but he was also very powerful. He was twice as powerful as the patriarch of the Buddhist realm. Lei Gong Lin Ling, what can you do now that I'm here? Endless echoes also sounded in the sky, the sound mixed with a thick sense of disdain. Donghuang. However, just as the golden-winged rock approached, a divine aura suddenly pressed down. In the sky, the ancient divine bell tore through the void and smashed down, as if it was suppressing the universe. Unless the golden-winged great rock abandoned Lin Ling and left, he would definitely be injured. However, the golden-winged great Peng was ultimately the most ancient deity. How could he be afraid of a divine bell? He suddenly gritted his teeth and attacked Lin Ling again. Boom! With this attack, a five-colored light appeared, and the extremely fast golden-winged great rock was ruthlessly smashed by the Donghuang bell, taking him away from the Tao realm. In fact, with his speed, the Donghuang bell would have a hard time catching up to him. However, he was too confident that he would give up speed to fight the Donghuang bell, which was tantamount to courting death. This is the Donghuang bell. After being taken away by the five-colored light, the golden-winged great rock finally reacted, and his eyes continued to tremble. The Donghuang Tai bell, the most precious treasure of the ancient great god, was actually controlled by Lin Ling. Most importantly, even a mid-stage intermediate god could not withstand a single blow from the divine bell. Damn it! Why didn't anyone warn him that Lin Ling had such a precious treasure with him? The Donghuang bell. At this moment, the deities below the sacred mountain were also silent, and they were all tongue-tied. How could such a treasure appear here? The Donghuang Tai bell is said to be the strongest chaos divine artifact in terms of attack power. How can we block it? No wonder Lei Gong Lin Ling dared to come here with two people. The deities were discussing animatedly, and their expressions changed drastically. Quafu Sunchaser boots, Donghuang Tai bell. The two of you really have a powerful background. Each of you has a chaos divine artifact. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly floated down, and then a woman wearing beast skin slowly appeared with a large number of deities. Emperor Shun. Looking at the woman, everyone's expression changed drastically. This was one of the 5 Dao Realm emperors. Emperor Shun, why don't you take the 2 Chaos Divine artifacts? Lei Gong Lin Ling, and the other person will be taken away by us. This is the order of the Buddha God. What do you think? Someone suggested to the woman. The woman's eyes flickered. She looked beautiful, but her expression was domineering and domineering. She was the first female emperor of the human race, and she was as famous as the other 4 emperors. Sure. She immediately nodded lightly. How could she not be moved by the Chaos Divine artifact? If she could obtain this divine artifact, she could also step into the Dao Pagoda and fight against the real ancient great gods. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you can't fly away even if you have wings. Why are you so stubborn? She stared at Lin Ling and said indifferently. She did not know Lin Ling at all. However, she was familiar with Bai Shan and the other 2 holy sects. Hence, she had to give Bai Shan and the other 2 holy sects face. In fact, many deities in the Dao realm had to give face to the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, because in the Chaos realm, the 3 divine gates of White Mountain were so powerful that no deity dared to provoke them. Hehe, the so-called 5 emperors of the human race, I think so too. Lin Ling stared at the empress and sneered. Emperor Yao had left a bad impression on him. And so did this Emperor Shun. So you're saying that you're rejecting me? Emperor Shun's face turned cold. Others may think of you as one of the 5 emperors, but I don't think you're one of them. Also, don't think that just because you're one of the 5 emperors, I have to worship you. Sorry, but not long ago, I went against Emperor Yao. Lin Ling let out a hearty laugh, full of heroic spirit. He was fearless even in the face of the most ancient deity. His words made the other deities gasp. This Lei Gong Lin Ling was indeed arrogant, because even these famous deities did not dare to provoke the 5 emperors. But this unknown Lin Ling dared. Emperor Yao. Even Emperor Shun's eyes flashed. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Also, do you think that with so many deities here, you can catch me? If I, Lin Ling, want to leave, let alone you, even the god of creation would not be able to do anything to me. When Emperor Shun frowned, Lin Ling spoke again. Shameless boasting. As soon as these words fell, the 12 female deities beside Emperor Shun roared. Some of them were wearing beast skins, while others were wearing armor, but their strength was incomparably strong. If you have the ability, then come and catch me. Lin Ling gave Shengyi a look, and did not waste any more words. He quickly flew towards the sacred mountain. No matter, this place has been sealed. He can't escape anywhere. What he said before was just a momentary show of strength. Seeing Lin Ling and the others flee, the Witch of the Wind immediately sneered. Her words caused many deities to react and nod their heads. Chapter 46-59. She did not seem to be in a hurry. Clearly, she wanted to give Lin Ling immense pressure, like a cat catching a mouse. But just as she finished speaking, someone exclaimed, "Look, they are running towards the celestial mountain. Are they going to crash into the mountain? Haha, they are really panicking. There is no way out of the celestial mountain. There is only one way up, and that is through the miasma. They will definitely not take that path." Another god said confidently. After he finished speaking, he also burst into laughter. Everyone knew that the miasma of the celestial mountain could only be left. Going back was a dead end. Even if the 5 emperors were here, they could not turn back. Therefore, unless Lin Ling wanted to die, he would definitely not choose that path. More importantly, if there was danger in the Dao realm, he could still be protected by the Dao realm. But if he died in the miasma, he would be lost forever. There were people who had tried to enter the miasma before, but the result was that they had disappeared forever. Lei Gong Lin Ling, come back with us, and you will not die. But if you enter the miasma, even the ancient gods will not be able to save you. The Witch of the Wind Tianwu sneered. But before he could finish, Lin Ling and Shengyi disappeared into the miasma. Their disappearance was like a slap to his face. At the same time, the celestial mountain was silent. Lei Gong Lin Ling had really entered the miasma. Was he crazy? Although Lin Ling was trapped, he still had a way out. For example, he could commit suicide. He could leave the Dao realm. But it would be difficult for him to enter again. Or if he was taken away by the White Mountain, he might not die. However, Lin Ling had chosen the path that was the most courting death. This outcome was simply beyond their expectations. Damn it! The Emperor Shun was stunned for a moment. His forehead was full of veins, and his face was full of fangs. He looked like a monster. Damn it! The gods on the White Mountain side were not any better. They were so angry that they cursed. Moreover, they thought that Lin Ling and the others were dead for sure. Unfortunately, no one knew that at this moment, in the miasma, two figures were slowly moving forward. The lamp of 7 souls burned quietly, as if it was a guiding light, pointing into the distance. The surroundings were very quiet, as if they had come to another world. My lord, even though Saint Guyi had the Donghuang bell with him, he still felt like he had lost contact with Lin Ling. Follow me, don't get lost, Lin Ling said solemnly. If he got lost in this place, then Shen Guyi would disappear forever. Lin Ling looked into the distance and could vaguely see a winding road. However, the visibility was only 2 meters, and it was illuminated by the 7 soul lamps. It was hard to imagine how they would have been able to find a way out without the 7 souls lamp. Crackle! On Lin Ling's shoulders and the top of his head, the 7 souls lantern was like the flame of a bronze lamp. And Lin Ling and Saint Guyi continued on like this, as if they were walking the path of life and death in the underworld. As they walked, time seemed to stop. It gave Lin Ling and Saint Guyi the feeling that they had walked for a few centuries, even to the most ancient era. Gradually, illusions appeared in the haze around them. They were 2 specks of dust, dazzling specks of dust. The specks of dust floated around, as if they had entered the laws of the universe. They gradually turned into children, and then slowly grew up. Moreover, these 2 specks of dust were obviously different. After one of the specks of dust grew from a child, it suddenly emitted light, as if it had created a new world. However, after the light dissipated, this speck of dust also dimmed and gradually disappeared. It turned into a child again and slowly grew up. Looking at the other speck of dust, this one did not change at all. It continued to grow and disappear. The life of this speck of dust was clearly displayed in front of Lin Ling and Saint Guyi. Until a certain moment, Lin Ling and Saint Guyi's bodies trembled at the same time. This is us. They spoke at the same time. This was because this speck of dust was their most previous life. It could even be said that it was their origin. The reason why they were so sure was because Lin Ling had seen Li Xiaoyao's life. After Li Xiaoyao's death, Lin Ling's life had also appeared. In ancient Yin sect, Heaven Mystics Nation, Sacred Rainforest, Qingzhou and so on. It was like a seed that sprouted and slowly grew. It made Lin Ling sigh at his own life. Of course, Saint Guyi was the same. He had seen his previous life, a descendant of Donghuang Tai's tomb, a trusted aide. However, when the World's Will War came, he was killed. Donghuang Tai had erased everything about his previous life, so no one could find out about Saint Guyi's origin. All of this was to protect Saint Guyi. My lord, your most previous life. Suddenly Saint Guyi exclaimed. He had seen Lin Ling's most original life create a world. Lin Ling's body trembled. He had always been curious about his most recent life. Many people had tried to find out about it, but to no avail. Instead, this miasma had found out. Creating a world. Could it be that my lord's previous life was a god of creation? Saint Guyi laughed bitterly. Although he knew that Lin Ling's origin was terrifying, he did not expect him to be a god of creation. This I don't know either. Lin Ling frowned. He thought about why the primal chaos realm's ancient god had helped him. Could it be that it was all for his previous life? My lord, first there was Hong Jun, then there was Tian. That's what you told me. The universe created by the speck of dust is obviously not a small realm. Could it be that you are? Saint Guyi guessed. If that was the case, then Lord Lin Ling was terrifying. And if he followed Lin Ling, he could imagine how great his background would be in the future. This made him even more determined to follow Lin Ling. It's a pity that I still have no clue about all of this. Lin Ling still shook his head. He also hoped that he was the reincarnation of a god of creation. But so far, other than the divine chaos formula, there was nothing special about him. My lord, you once guessed that the world's will is two-sided. It was formed by Hongjuan's will, and Hongjuan's will is divided into two. One is creation, the other is destruction. Could it be that you are the will of creation? Sheng Yi made another guess. Lin Ling remained silent. Without a doubt, today's trip had made him feel very conflicted. He did not know if all of this was real or fake. The two of you are the first gods of the Tao realm to walk out of the miasma. The Tao realm will reward you with a chance to protect you. At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. It was very polite. The gods of the Tao realm were only protected by the Tao realm 3 times, but many people were surprised. Now Lin Ling and the others were protected by the Tao realm for the 4th time. Chapter 4660. After the voice, the originally gray and misty world suddenly became clear. The further they went, the clearer the ground under their feet became. Following that, a series of lively noises could be heard. Shen Ning is probably going to reach the 7th level. Shen Ning is nothing. The most powerful one is still Princess Beirou. She has the highest chance of reaching the 9th level. Of course, I think she still lacks the ability to walk out of the miasma. Sigh, not many people have walked out of the miasma in all these years. These voices obviously came from the experts of the Celestial Mountain. They surrounded the miasma from afar and witnessed the changes in the miasma. But at this moment, 2 figures suddenly walked out of the miasma. 2 more people failed. Seeing the 2 of them, everyone laughed in schadenfreude. When they saw the 2 people walk out of the miasma, they naturally thought they were the losers. The 2 people were Lin Ling and Saint Yi. After entering the Celestial Mountain, they looked around and found that they could see the entire sky. The area was very large and was about the same as the island they were on. However, there were many divine birds around the Celestial Mountain. If they tried to fly out of the Celestial Mountain, they would not end well. Great ancient great God in the Celestial Mountain, the primordial god's body trembled. Lin Ling swept his gaze across and did not see strands of power of divinity was released. Which level of the miasma have you reached? Couldn't be underestimated among lesser deities. A man in white divine armor was looking at Lin Ling. A fist shot over like a meteor in a dignified manner appeared in front of the man's eyes. Because there were too many ancient great gods on the Celestial Mountain with astral winds. They did not recognize the man's long hair. However, even his divine armor was cracking at this moment, and Saint Yi had one move. That ancient great god was about to be unable to block it. Lin Ling did not even look at the man. At this moment, the nearby area fell silent. Who knew how many levels of all the ancient great gods changed drastically? It's none of my business. A god, kid, you don't know the man rules. Finally reacted. The ancient great god in white armor frowned and his face turned cold. I didn't know that you were a medium deity. Lin Ling and I hope that Senior can forgive me for my impulsiveness. Our rule here is that no matter who enters the miasma for mercy, his heart pounding. They have to inform others of the result. Are you saying that if I wasn't a god, you would have attacked me? An old man said indifferently. Lin Ling stood in front of the ancient god of the Celestial Mountain. Indifferently. However, Lin Ling was an outsider. That this ancient god could not reply. Useless to him. Die. It's none of my business that this person could say anything. Continued walking forward. So Lin Ling punched out. Saint Yi also had a disdainful smile. And the ancient god was taken away by the Tao realm. Otherwise, just because he was curious about which level the Tao realm had reached. The ancient great god in white was angry by the Tao realm. I'm afraid you're not. After dealing with the man, Lin Ling also stopped in his tracks to the crowd and calmly at the ancient great god. Is there anyone who knows about the Kirishim and the Titanic Crescent god? Which meant that there were many great ancient great gods. When the gods heard this Celestial Mountain, their expressions changed. This person was Saint Yi. It seems that all of you know. Tell me, where are they? Lin Ling said coldly. However, everyone was silent, as if they didn't dare to speak casually. Very well. Now let's see if you have the ability to stop me. Lin Ling and Sheng Yi looked at each other and didn't waste any more words. They unleashed their strength and suppressed the gods with domineering strength. Your Excellency, aren't you being too overbearing by doing this? Seeing Lin Ling and the others rushing over aggressively, all the ancient gods frowned and were very puzzled. Where did these 2 people come from? Why had they never seen them after being on the Divine Mountain for so many years? Die. Lin Ling didn't even bother to use his sword. He relied on his fists to destroy the universe. With one punch, 2 lesser deities fell. One was taken away by the Tao realm, and the other was completely dead. Crazy. This is crazy. Everyone was furious. If he really wanted to kill them, he should at least let them know why he killed them. Killing them for no reason was too overbearing. Rumble. In front of the miasma, divine energy surged in all directions. Many ancient gods fell and disappeared in the sky with unwillingness. Your Excellency, you're too arrogant. Finally, several mid-level deity stage experts appeared. Mid-deities. Lin Ling looked over with a disdainful smile on his face. Kid, what's the meaning of this? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens for killing for no reason? An old man who looked very impressive shouted. The appearance of these mid-deities shook everyone's spirits. They stared at Lin Ling and Sheng Yi with murderous intent. Kill them. However, Lin Ling only glanced at them and then said to Sheng Yi, Yes, Your Excellency. Sheng Yi nodded with a cold smile. These mid-deities didn't walk out of the miasma, which meant that they weren't strong at all. To him and Lin Ling, they weren't much different from lesser deities. Rumble. The Donghuang bell appeared and pressed down. The majestic heavenly might seem to lock down everyone's life and death. What's this? The mid-deities who were previously arrogant were shocked. They wanted to say something, but they were all taken away by the five-colored light. There was nothing they could do to stop it. I'll talk. After more deities fell, an old man finally shouted, They're in the southeast of the Divine Mountain. What a bunch of idiots. If you said so earlier, you wouldn't have to die. Lin Ling looked at the remaining deities mockingly, then led Sheng Yi to the southeast. The Divine Mountain was huge, and it was divided into several camps. Among them were the camps of White Shan, Burning Heart, and Deng Exan. They were in the southeast. Chapter 46-61. This is where Bai Shan and the others are. Let's kill our way in. Lin Ling looked at the flat mountaintop and saw dense mist floating up. There were also quite a few caves. He knew that there were quite a lot of gods here. The tyrant song sword appeared in his hand. With a fierce slash, a terrifying sea of blood flooded over. Rumble. Not far away, a few ancient great gods who were cultivating sensed a terrifying fluctuation. Soon after, they saw a surging sea of blood flooding over. They all opened their mouths wide, not understanding what was going on. If they didn't die, they would be taken away by the Tao realm. Rumble. Saint Yi activated the Eastern Emperor Bell and tyrannically destroyed Bai Shan's headquarters. Sir, what is the meaning of this? There were mid-level deities appearing, and there were quite a few of them. Without a doubt, they were all furious, and they couldn't understand what was going on. Nothing. I just want to kill you all. Seeing more experts appear, Lin Ling smiled. With a slash of his sword, it was as if he could split the heavens and earth. The experts who just appeared were all killed in one slash. A few escaped quickly and wanted to say something, but they were smashed to death by Saint Yi's Eastern Emperor Bell. Previously, Bai Shan and Burned Heart had surrounded Lin Ling at the foot of the sacred mountain. Now Lin Ling was killing his way into their headquarters. It was time to collect some interest. He's Lei Gong Lin Ling. Suddenly, someone let out a loud roar as he recognized Lin Ling. This person was one of the 4 spiritual gods of Spirit Nation. There were 4 spiritual gods in Spirit Nation. One was killed by Lin Ling on the path of domination, and another was killed by Lin Ling at the foot of the sacred mountain. The last one was on the sacred mountain, Lei Gong Lin Ling. Many people had heard of this name, and their expressions changed greatly. In the past, they heard that there was a god named Lei Gong Lin Ling in the Jiuzhou Void. He was very arrogant and didn't even fear Bai Shan. At that time they were disdainful. If it weren't for the fact that the Jiuzhou Void was too difficult to enter, they would have let Lei Gong Lin Ling know what an ancient god was. But who knew that Lei Gong Lin Ling, who they didn't take seriously, would actually come to the sacred mountain? Most importantly, such strength had simply exceeded their imaginations, and it was completely different from the rumors. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Lei Gong Lin Ling, how did he get here? At this time, many gods flew from afar. Their hearts pounded when they saw Lin Ling. Among them was Lord Ning. Last time on the Path of Sovereigns, Lord Ning already knew that Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased, and had long since surpassed him. However, Who would have known that not only was Lin Ling extremely powerful, but he was also able to enter their divine mountain? Lei Gong Lin Ling, Lei Gong Lin Ling. Those beside Lord of the Yuzhou Divine Slaughterer were the people of the Yuzhou Divine Slaughterer. They knew that their Green Lotus deity Slaughterer had died at Lin Ling's hands. But after seeing Lin Ling's strength with their own eyes, they realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. I didn't expect that Lin Ling would be the strongest person when we entered the Dao realm together. Back then, there were many people stronger than him. A woman said in shock. When others entered the Dao realm, their strength increased by 10 times. But when Lin Ling entered the Dao realm, his strength increased by 10 million times. Kirishin, where are they? Lin Ling looked at Lord of the Yuzhou Divine Slaughterer and said indifferently. Seeing these old acquaintances again, a strange feeling rose in his heart. Lei Gong Lin Ling is here. Where is he? Where is he? Before Lord of the Yuzhou Divine Slaughterer and the others could speak, the earth shook in the distance. A demon ox appeared majestically, its strength incomparably great. The huge ox head swept around and suddenly saw Lin Ling in the air. The ox head spat out flames and immediately charged at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, how have you been? I've always wanted to meet you. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to deliver yourself to me. This huge demon ox was the Demon Ox clan's young patriarch, who had lost to Lin Ling time and time again. Of course, that was in the past. Now that he was cultivating on the sacred mountain, his strength had increased greatly, and he had reached the 8th layer of the fog barrier. He was confident that he had surpassed Lin Ling. This stupid ox. Seeing the young patriarch recklessly attacking Lin Ling, Lord of the Yuzhou Divine Slaughterer, and the others sighed inwardly. Even if the Demon Ox clan's patriarch was here, Lin Ling wouldn't be a match, let alone this young patriarch. My son, you can't. While the young patriarch was attacking Lin Ling, a huge ox head appeared in the distance, floating along the clouds. Its demonic chi was incomparably terrifying, but at this moment, it was shouting in panic. Naturally, it was the Demon Ox clan's patriarch. Although his strength had increased by leaps and bounds in the sacred mountain, he had always felt that he was still not a match for Lin Ling. Of course, he could understand his son's painstaking efforts. Since losing to Lin Ling time and time again, his son had set this as his life's goal, to surpass Lin Ling. Now that he saw Lin Ling, how could he hold back? Bang! The huge demon ox collided with Lin Ling, but it was blocked. No matter how hard he tried to run, he couldn't take a step forward. Looking at Lin Ling again, he stretched out a finger and blocked the young patriarch's attack with a single finger. Your strength. How did you become so weak? Lin Ling frowned, very puzzled. Ah, that's impossible. That's impossible. I'm already one of the best among low gods. The demon ox spat out human words, so angry that his nostrils continued to spit fire. My son, how can you be a match for him? I'm afraid he's already a mid-god. In the distance, the Demon Ox clan's patriarch seemed to have seen something and said bitterly. Mid-god. The young patriarch's body shook, and with a rumble, his huge ox body fell to the ground, and tears flowed out of his eyes. It wasn't easy for him to increase his strength, but who would have thought that this hateful Lin Ling had actually reached the mid-god level? In this way, when would Longyang change her mind? At this moment, the Demon Ox clan's patriarch pleaded. Lin Ling, you want to find the Kirishin, right? I'll take you there. I hope you can spare my son's life. He doesn't have any evil intentions. It's just a man's pride causing trouble. Fine. Lin Ling nodded. After becoming a mid-god, all lower gods were ants to him. He didn't care about the young patriarch at all. Lin Ling. At the same time, Lord Ning looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. However, Lin Ling ignored him. At present, finding the Kirishin was his priority. Demon Ox clan's patriarch, you dare. Have you forgotten how lowly you were as an ox? You helped us find the Dao realm fragment, and now you dare to rebel against us. You're dead. Seeing the Demon Ox clan's patriarch help Lin Ling, the gods of White Mountain all shouted angrily. The Demon Ox clan's patriarch was very good at flattery, and because of this, they let him stay. But who would have thought that as soon as Lin Ling arrived, this guy would turn against them? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.